tell you, and they're jumping through the hoops.
It was later revealed that Neo did not plead the fifth. He likely told prosecutors everything he knew about his former friend. And a month later, in April 2025, David is arrested.
It's going to obscure my view from the gate. It's good?
If you try to run or if you try to resist, you will get hit with left feet or it's going to hurt.
I got you.
If you try to run, we have canine on premises and you will get bit.
I got you. All right, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate? Sir? Open the gate.
Ayaw na. That's them arresting him? Is that what's happening right now?
Now, the key problem in this case is the condition that authorities
Oh my God,
found
she's
Celeste's
literally
body
a
in.
baby.
It was completely dismembered in 2 separate plastic bags in that front trunk.
Guys, she's
Because of
literally
that,
a baby.
Celeste's cause of death may end up being the centerpiece
No, this
of
is
the trial.
insane.
Without a clear cause of death, without knowing if it was a homicide, an accidental overdose, it becomes a weapon that David's defense can use against prosecutors. How can they prove he was the one behind this if they don't even know how she died to begin with? Well, we would quickly start getting some answers. Prosecutors say that David actually murdered Celeste on April 23rd, 2025, but had ended up mutilating
Murdered
her
is
body
crazy.
on May 5th. She was then left in that Tesla under his name for 4 more months until September. LAPD would do a conference where they said that David is not just charged with first-degree murder, but also with mutilating a body and lewd and lascivious acts with a child under the age of 14. He's also charged with interfering with an active investigation, trying to protect his career and hide from the charges he would have initially been faced with, which was that he was having S relations with a minor under the age of 14.
Oh my
Today,
God.
I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. And there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait. That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23rd, 2025, as alleged in the complaint at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again. The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain. As the evidence will show in court, the financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night. The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness to an investigation. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint with Celeste while she was under 14 years.
Now, David would show up to court on Monday, April 20th, and maintain his innocence, pleading not guilty to the charges against him. His legal team would also claim that they received no evidence, no discovery that prosecutors have thus far collected, no autopsy reports, no information that David could use to defend himself.
The guy speaking looks like he got punched.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke.
What?
Good afternoon, Mr. Burke. For the people.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. I request you're requesting a preliminary hearing within the period.
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret. So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. We believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of Mr. Burke. The matter is ordered assigned to Judge Charlene Almeida.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may just put on the record, we have, as soon as the people arrived, delivered a informal discovery request consistent with Penal Code Section 1054. We have been given almost no discovery thus far. We've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and
This is
a copy
crazy,
of the complaint.
Jack.
And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Now, the prosecutor would claim that there were over 40 terabytes of evidence in this case, and some of it has already been released, which we'll break down shortly in this video.
There's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this
Oh my
case.
God.
Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a
Oh, hell no.
motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have
Do you
to
think
be
he's innocent?
provided
No,
after
I don't.
reporters and released because it was an investigation.
The internet cracked this in.
Second of all, if counsel plans on going
Unless he
to
got
a
like, the only way
preliminary
he
hearing
wouldn't be
within
innocent
10
is if he
days,
got like
it is unlikely that there will be
raped,
very much
but
discovery provided within that period, given the
who else
voluminous nature
had
and
anything
how
to do
long
with
it's going
her,
to take to
you
copy
know?
onto drives. In addition to that, the coroner's
I guess
report
we'll
was
see as
sealed in this
stuff comes
case,
out. We'll see
in
what
order to
the
prevent it from
verdict is.
hampering,
You know.
truthful testimony from witnesses that testified at the grand jury, so an order will also have to be obtained in order to get the coroner's department, which is now the medical examiner's department, to release those materials.
It's surprising news given that the district attorney's office held a press conference this morning where they discussed the cause of death, apparently under seal and not released by the coroner's office, as did the robbery homicide unit to the press. So we would again reiterate, we believe that Mr. Burke is entitled to discovery. We have served the people with notice. They have 15 days to produce discovery in this case. We would ask that they do that in conscientious earnestness and as quickly as possible.
Bail to stand at no bail. Thank you.
Now here's where things get tricky. David's lawyers have asked the judge for a preliminary hearing within 10 days. That's something he's entitled to as a defendant, and there's a clear strategy for that move. David's lawyers are banking on this case still being a work in progress. They're hoping that prosecutors don't have their witnesses and all their evidence fully ready. And if that is the case, then the judge could dismiss this case completely. The district attorney also claims that David had repeated relations with her when she was under the age of 14, and she threatened to expose their relationship, which would in turn, of course, destroy his musical career. As a result, they say this led him to murdering her with a sharp object, cutting up her body, stuffing the remains in 2 bags, and placing them, of course, in the front trunk of his car. David was transferred to the LA County Men's Central Jail the night that he appeared in court. He was placed in segregation because he's a noteworthy inmate, meaning that he won't be able to interact with the 5,000 plus other inmates in this prison due to his status
that's another
and the
thing that I thought was
publicity of this
insane.
case. He'll be alone for most of the day. Now, as for where David was living before being incarcerated, he was actually renting a home in Los Angeles, the very same area that Celeste's body was found. NBCLA had actually interviewed several of David's neighbors who had said that throughout the 7 months between Celeste's body being found and David actually being arrested, some of them had no idea that anyone was even living in the house. It was so quiet. While others complained that there were many parties going on throughout this time period, meaning that David was likely throwing parties in this house that was miles away from where Celeste had lost her life.
Oh my goodness.
It felt like 100 police officers, a canine unit. I heard someone on the megaphone saying, "Surrender, surrender, come out."
I spoke about the arrest with legal analyst Royal Oakes.
What's your reaction?
It's a huge question about
That
why
might
it
mean-
took authorities 7 months to arrest this man. The DNA evidence probably was gone because there was so much deterioration of the body. Plus, the authorities wanted to talk to lots of witnesses. That probably explains the gap. The fact that they have made the arrest now suggests the authorities think they have a very strong case.
This afternoon, Blair Burke returned to the home where police arrested the singer and made no comments as she left.
The DA?
But Blair and the rest of David's legal team released a statement saying, quote, "Let us be clear, the actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death. There has been no indictment returned by any grand jury in this case and no criminal complaint filed. David has only been detained under suspicion. We will vigorously defend David's innocence."
We assumed he'd fled far away.
After the singer's arrest, neighbors in the Hollywood Hills were surprised to learn David was living nearby.
We never saw anyone like him. We never saw anyone going in or out of his house. We actually assumed no one was living there.
All of our neighbors were kind of on a group chat, and we were like, this was kind of scary that we've been living around the corner from an accused murderer.
One neighbor actually told me that he's relieved that there was an arrest because he said that there have often been parties at this home. I asked if he's heard parties here recently. He said it's an ongoing problem.
Now, when the LA police chief was asked why it actually took so long to make an arrest in this case, 7 months to be exact, his answer is interesting. Like we said before, with Celeste's body being dismembered when it was found, it's extremely hard to point to an exact cause of death. But aside from that, they had no concrete physical evidence showing someone actually committing the act of murder. They needed to get forensic and digital evidence to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They needed witnesses, they needed the coroner's report, they needed to understand what was the actual cause of death. And it looks like now they're more confident than ever that they have that.
This department has faced criticism for how we handle the case and for our
hell
decision
no.
not to provide details. I want to be clear about something. My duty is not to fuel speculation, it's to deliver justice, and that requires patience and discipline on everybody's part. This investigation was driven by a single purpose: to secure justice for Celeste Rivas and for those who loved her. We had to be certain that nothing we did or said would ever jeopardize this case. Ms. Rivas was a reported runaway from Riverside County. During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult. On April 23, 2025, Ms. Rivas arrived at Mr. Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. That's the last time she was known to be alive. On September 8, 2025, Ms. Rivas's dismembered and badly decomposed body was discovered in Mr. Burke's Tesla. From that moment forward, our investigators faced an extraordinary, difficult, and complex case. The condition of her remains delayed the medical examiner's ability to be able to determine cause of death. The substantial amount of time that passed between her death and the discovery meant that crucial evidence had degraded or disappeared.
I think the police chief got it right. In a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account,
R.I.P.
or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through the very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses, often who are cooperative, and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. That is what we've been doing over the last between September 8th, roughly.
He's a weirdo, and I'm just glad he's locked up. Same.
So again, it's the type of case that you want to make sure you get maximum information.
Now, what's extremely disturbing is, remember, the district attorney believes that David had murdered Celeste on April 23rd, 2025. They believe the murder was a result of Celeste threatening to go to authorities to reveal
some
the
posts
relationship
where people
she'd
said that
been
the
having
finger
with
he had
David,
wrapped
and
around
in an
could have been
attempt to
hers.
save his career and not get
They
charged with
debunked
having
that.
S
It was
relations with
it was
minor
a
under 14, he
anime
decided to take
finger.
her life. They claim that was on April 23rd.
prop.
If you look at David's old TikToks from that time
wouldn't
period,
just be like
on
carrying
April
around.
23rd, he's posting videos.
He's
where
gotta be a
promoting
dumbass
his
murderer
brand new album.
if he would be doing that type of shit. I mean, I think it's dumb that he even has it in his music. But I think it was like an anime something.
The reality for David currently is bleak, to say the least. Of course, again, he's being held in jail without bail, basically in
I think
solitary
it's very easy
confinement,
when
and
cases like this get out for there to be so much misinformation that comes out. So that's why, like, I think before people make certain conclusions, we should just keep waiting for information to come out.
conditions get worse. According to TMZ, David is allowed to take one shower every other day. He's escorted from his cell to the shower. He's also
I'm not
allowed
saying
to
he's
make phone
innocent,
calls
but
on
I'm
the
just
days that
saying,
he's allowed
like,
to take a shower. He
there's
has
a lot
no
of stuff we
access to a
don't know.
television.
So
He
hopefully
currently
we
can't
get
have
more
any
information
visitors.
about it
He has no contact with other
as it
inmates,
comes
and he can
out.
only spend 3 hours a
But
week
I think, like, creating
outside. He also
conspiracy
currently
theories
has
around this
no
when
money
there are,
on
like,
his
serious
books. As
victims
far
involved
as
is
the victim's
extremely
family,
disrespectful
Celeste's
to the
family,
victims
they were seen leaving
involved
the
and the
courtroom
victims'
absolutely
families.
distraught and would not take the time to answer any questions.
That's why it's best not to treat this like drama and instead be sympathetic to the victims that are hurt in this situation. And think about what is it, and think about this. What is it in our world that enables this?
Any message to David?
What is it about our world and about the men that roam our world do we need to work on so that way this doesn't happen to any young woman ever again, to any minors for that matter? That's the things that we need to think about, not, oh,
Now, like I said, I did a
heard
full
this
video
and this
breaking
and this,
down
and I'm like,
every
okay,
piece
well,
of evidence that we
do
have,
we have
tying
evidence?
Celeste to
Let's
David.
look into
Celeste's
the evidence
brother had
first.
done an interview with the press
It's bad to
saying
spread
that in April of
misinformation like that.
2024,
You know what I mean,
she had
chat?
left her family's home to go be with David, and this is when missing persons signs started going
You know
up
what
with
this
Celeste's
is?
face
It's
on
not
them.
even like,
Another alleged witness has
you know what this is, chat? It's not even like, you know what's crazy about this whole situation is so many people are acting like he is this monster and, oh, we've seen it from the beginning, but these killers are roaming among us every single day. Every single day they're roaming among us, and they act exactly like us. They know how to manipulate us, and they know how to be normal. So I think what's scary about this case isn't the fact that he's this well-loved influencer or whatever, like celebrity. I think what's scarier is that it'll be people that you think, oh, like they're just normal, that they will pop out and this stuff will come out about them. And it's because everybody turns a blind eye to the victims involved, and everybody forgets that, you know, women need to be protected. And if and even just like being like, let's say he was in the gaming space and he was saying grape jokes or jokes about how he's gonna strangle his girlfriend, or jokes about this, and you guys were there and you were just laughing it off, like things like that is the reason why this stuff happens. Just so you guys know, this happens because of normalization, and this happens because we live in a very flawed system that allows these people to get away with whatever they want because they have so much power. Instead, we should give power to people that are actually going to do something with it and actually make a change.
Forth and
You know
said
what
that
I
he was
mean?
working at a jewelry shop and he instantly recognized
Shorty
Celeste
Bert.
from these photos, and that she and David
You know
were
what I
in
mean?
his jewelry store in April of 2024.
What can we
the
do
same
about
month
the
that
people
she
around
went
us
missing,
that's
and he
gonna
claims that
solve
she looked
this?
extremely
How
intoxicated.
can we hold people accountable around
Right
us
when
so
the
that this
picture
stuff
went
doesn't
public of
happen?
Celeste, I instantly recognized her from 2024 in April when her and David came together to a jewelry shop I used to work at. I remember this moment so vividly because when they came in, there was something off about Celeste. She was very high and she was with David, who I recognized because he's a popular singer, but she was very obviously younger than him and she was very out of it. I was helping her out with jewelry and she was all over the place.
Thank
So
you
that
for the
situation really stuck in my brain and I really remembered her face. So when her picture was released to the public, I instantly recognized her as the girl that was with David. And the fact that she was found in his trunk is just unbelievably sad and horrific.
No, we would end up getting the official complaint with all the charges that David is faced with prosecutors detailing the sequence of events and what we know, and some new information was revealed that's deeply disturbing. Basically here, prosecutors are accusing David of repeatedly abusing Celeste over a 1-year period when she was under 14, and saying that he lived with her or had regular access to her. It was between the dates of September 7th, 2023 and September 7th, 2024, which is actually the day of Celeste's birthday. And if David is convicted, he would have to register as an S offender. Of course, beyond just the murder charge, this is a serious and violent felony in and of itself. He'd be ordered to also take blood/HIV related testing and serve time in state prison. Now remember that they believe she had been murdered on April 23rd, 2025, which is several months after they claim he had S relations with her. It's possible that they were dating on and off throughout that time period, going through some heartbreak, and like I mentioned before, David had been promoting a new album in April of 2025 when prosecutors claimed Celeste had lost her life. Now Redditors had actually dug up his old SoundCloud files from that era when he was about to release this project. And they believe one of the interludes on the records actually includes a voicemail of Celeste having a conversation with David.
I think that's only one
They
issue,
say
though.
David's deleted SoundCloud had versions of the tracks that were not fully released before his withered.
I think that that's only one issue, is the hive mentality, and like a good way to, like, if you have any guy friends that are really involved with like Andrew Tate and whatnot, I would show them the Manosphere Netflix documentary. It gives like an unbiased point of view on how the alpha men that have to take alpha men courses look like to the outside world, and why it's important to recognize when you're getting scammed. I feel like the same people who fall for the, oh, you need to take a case for being an alpha or whatever it is, they are the same men who fall for those like get rich quick schemes, like those pyramid schemes and stuff like that. And I think this is a good example, like with what's going on with David. This is a good example of like when someone is of power, they will take advantage of it if they are a horrible person already. And so power will only ever bring out the best in somebody, or it'll bring out the worst. The thing is, Jeffrey Dahmer is a way different case, because the Jeffrey Dahmer case, he literally benefited from being a white man. That's how he got away with it for so long. He had, by the way, Jeffrey Dahmer had multiple victims. I don't know if you guys know this. In this case, David got caught immediately. This is good. I feel like this is progress, because if David were to have been white, he probably would have kept doing this type of thing. And like, also think about this like this. Think about it like this. It's because when you have that, you have power. Like white people for centuries have had more power. And what happened with Jeff, he back in it was back in, I don't remember exactly the dates of the case, but this was a long time ago, back when we didn't have a lot of technology. And so that's why for such a long time he got away with it, because everybody just immediately trusted him because he was white. You know what I mean? But this points to like this points to an interesting thing that Jeffrey Dahmer and David share. They're both people of power. So I know that's mean. He called me slow. He's never had a girl ever talk to him about anything. So, and this is what I mean too, is like things like this where it's like even just making little insults towards women, you are putting women down. And all women want, I feel like, in life is to just some basic respect. I mean, I'm sure you guys also want some basic respect, right? But you guys, here's the difference. You guys are guaranteed it. That's the thing that David and Jeffrey Dahmer share in common. They're both men. And men tend to get away with a lot of things, especially when they come to power. When a woman is facing controversy, or she is facing something different, or she's a bad person, according to the internet, she is grilled for way less of things when there are people like this that exist. And some people are trying to, there are literal people who try to justify what is going on right now. who are trying to defend this guy. And so that's why it's so important to remember that there's a reason that this is happening. There's a lot of different things that are happening, and this is why it came to this point. And I think it's really important that we pay attention to it, because the more we pay attention to why this is happening, the more we can try to understand how we can prevent this and how we can better protect the women and the children that exist in our world. And I also want to call something out too. As a streamer myself who has developed people with parasocial relationships, you should never be parasocial to the point where you're holding somebody on a pedestal just because they have fame, okay? We're all human. We're all going to make mistakes, but there's a difference between making a choice and making a mistake. In this case, obviously, he's made a choice, and he actively made this choice when he was interacting with a minor. Why do you think guys nowadays are going to minors instead of women their own age? Like, just think about that for a second. In my mind, the first thing that pops up is he probably doesn't attract women his own age. He hasn't done the inner work. Easier to control. Yeah. Easier to control, easier to manipulate. When kids are younger, they have a false sense of what relationships are. And so they believe, oh, well, this is my fairy tale ending. He's rich, he's successful, he has everything I want. It's fine if I'm a little bit younger. An age gap is okay. Especially the fact that he has money and he has a successful music career. Why do you think people like him throw it all away? Because he was already like this. Him becoming an artist and becoming successful isn't going to make him do the inner work that he needs to do to understand what it is about him, that something's wrong for him to be attracted to younger women that he can control. Because the thing is, men, it doesn't stop at a woman being a minor. Some men go about life wanting to control women in every aspect. They don't get rich because they actually want a good life for themselves. They get rich because they want to be able to control women. And that's why we should teach women, okay, he has money? Sure, okay, whatever. But did you know that it takes one moment. It takes about literally one moment for a guy to literally get you alone somewhere and strangle you. And if a guy's ever strangled you, it increases women's chances of dying. It increases their chances by more than 100%. I forgot the exact statistic, but it was if a man has ever strangled you and you were able to get away and he's still roaming free, there's a high chance that you might end up dying from this same man that decided to strangle you. And it's things like that where it's what do you think made this guy think he can do something like that? Probably because he's not facing any consequences to his actions, right? So that's why I think what we could do is if we just keep speaking out for victims and also speak out for harsher sentences, because it's obviously it's not clocking to them that this is not gonna you know what I mean? And this should I don't know, this is crazy. It's unbelievable that this is the country I was raised in, guys. That I don't even want to bring girls to this world because I know the type of world that they're gonna live in. And I'm so glad that my dad and my mom taught me discernment. I'm very lucky. But even I could potentially be somebody like her. And I think that that's the worst part is that these people roam around us every single day. And instead of getting mad at women for having these harsh standards or being standoffish, why not? Why not encourage women to be more brave and to ask for more and to, you know what I mean? When it comes to their safety and stuff like that. The fact that the parents were okay with her being in LA alone as a minor, I mean, it's not the parents' fault, obviously. 100%, bad people are bad. at the end of the day. But like, it's just like, wow, I feel like if I'm so, like, I think about this case and I think about how I'm so lucky that my parents didn't even allow me to have a sleepover. Because something like this could have happened to me. And I know that's not going to fully avoid it, but the real problem is, I think, the root cause of the issue is the fact that women cannot even feel safe around men that they don't know, which I think is really sad. I'm not saying it's the parents' fault. I'm just saying that it's part of the reason why that something like this happened. But it's not their fault. At the end of the day, I think the root cause of the issue is normalization. Like the behavior of being entitled to younger women and women in general, like having control over women. I think that's a big reason. The fact that because the thing is like, I mean, there's like a rise in the loneliness male epidemic. So it's like, where do you think they're gonna go if they can't get adult women to like them? That's kind of like where my mind goes. And I think about how, like, I think that men like this are avoiding the real work that it takes to step up for women nowadays. And I also think that it's like, I don't know what else. I'm trying to think of what else. Thank you for the subscriptions.
Where's Omni-Man when we need him?
And I'm not trying to, like, I'm just speaking about this stuff because, like, I wanna advocate for victims. Because there have been moments in my life where I haven't always been safe. But thankfully, I learn how to protect myself. But not only that. Yeah, I think the easy access to the internet made it worse. And I think the fact that cybercrimes aren't dealt with as well. The fact that people can just go on Telegram and commit cybercrimes. They can go on Discord and commit cybercrimes. And it's not being taken seriously. So, anyway, let's continue the video.
Album. And without any changes or
I
tweaks
just
in the
thought I
song,
would
you
say
can clearly
something
hear
about it
Celeste's
because
voice. Despite this, he
I don't
didn't
even think
say
I want to
or
have
tried
kids
not to
at this
disclose who the
point.
person was for obvious
The
reasons,
fact that
and
we
not
live in a
because of some
country where this
stupid
stuff
copyright
happens.
excuse. The song
To
shares
our
similar
children in
file
America
text,
is
which suggests
insane.
that David recorded those voicemails between
And no
early
one's
October
doing
2024
anything about it.
and late November 2024
No
when
one's
he and
like,
Celeste were going through heartbreak. This was also
no one's
during the
doing
time he
anything.
was actively making and
We're all
shaping
just sitting
songs
here.
for his album. David most likely used her in multiple situations that caused her to be hurt and mistreated.
That's why, like, I think
in the song, Celeste was
we should
blaming
learn
herself
something from
for
this
the
situation
wrongdoings.
is that the only way to solve this, I feel like, is by taking action against predators. And I think a lot of men need to understand you may not be a bad man, but I just want to put into perspective the reason why this stuff keeps happening is because the fact that you can still be friends with a guy who can make rape jokes towards women, who can make jokes about hitting their girlfriends or doing something evil or doing something as a joke. These men that you surround yourself with, that you're okay and you're enabling their behavior, that's the starting point. That's the starting point. Because when you create these breeding grounds of involuntarily celibate men who feel entitled to women's bodies, not even just women's bodies, but a minor's body, and then murder, that's how you know that, like, everybody needs to start changing their standards in terms of who they're friends with. I don't care if they're nice to you. They go over here and they treat women like shit. You know what's crazy? Online, I had this 48-year-old guy trying to get with me while I was 21 years old. And look, you may not think, oh, well, you're not a minor, Jess, so it's fine. But it's like men like that who are existing in our world that are going purposefully after younger men, trying to manipulate them to be with you. And no one takes it seriously when I try to confront them about it. If I speak out, I'm a joke. You know what I mean? I'm a joke. It's dark humor though. No, but dark humor? They're breeding grounds. Is it not? Because then when that person leaves that conversation and you accept them, you accept that weird part of them. Guess what? Like now they're justifying it in their head, and that's why they do the things that they, in my opinion, that's where what I'm observing and what I see from the outside, that's what I'm seeing. And when I was dealing with this 48-year-old man, I had friends who were getting to know him online, and I would come to them, I'd be like, he's a little weird. What do you think about him? I'd be like, oh, well, he's nice to me. Oh my God. Get a load of this guy. Like, if he's weird to me, doesn't mean that, like, you may not be the victim in this situation, but just because they're not mean to you doesn't mean that there's gonna be something that happens to someone close to you that you care about. And that's why, yeah, dark humor is just bad unless it's, of course, like, unharmful. Like, if it's, like, just a joke, I don't know, like, but even then, like, I feel like every joke has a little bit of truth in them. And if some kid in your class was joking about bringing something to school, I mean, you're gonna want to be on his good side, and you're not gonna consider that a joke. Because, especially in our world and the state of our world right now, especially in America, oh, I don't even want to imagine having kids and bringing them to a public school because of the way that so many people, you know what I mean? And it's what's crazy about this whole thing is like so many people try to make feminisms, like feminists and stuff, look bad. They make us seem like we want all men to be unalived or whatever. No, that's not what feminism is, and I think a lot of people misinterpret it. Feminism is more so about bringing equality and bringing respect to women, so that way something like this will never happen to them. Because you know what's crazy about crime nowadays is it's not just happening to little girls, it's happening to little boys, it's happening to men all around the world at the hands of other men. And the statistic, it shows that a lot more men are doing these things. And so it points to a bigger issue. And based on my personal beliefs and my personal worldview, I feel as if it's a problem with people not being able to express their emotions and letting it boil over to the point where they commit these acts. And it's like, that's the only way I can kind of understand. Cleo, can you stop? I said stop, Cleo. Cleo, stop. Sorry, my cat. Being crazy. Anyway, having basic respect for women is literally all feminists want, and that's the only thing that I agree with when it comes to the feminist movement and all that. It's not about hurting men. It's not about getting equal. It's about, if you guys were being discriminated against for your gender, you would speak out too, and you would talk about it too. And the craziest part about misogyny and the manosphere is that because we deal with misogyny, we've learned to, instead of shooting up schools, women have learned to express their emotions through crying. Cleo, can you stop? Seriously, Cleo, get out. Oh my God. Cleo, what are you doing? She's like digging out my. Sorry, I've dropped my shit. Oh my God, Cleo, are you serious? You okay? What's she doing? Cleo, oh my. Hold on. She's being crazy right now. Hold on, I'm gonna take this away from her. Cleo, get out. Crazy. Made me spill my soup, dude. Whatever. Anyway, I was talking about misogyny and how I feel like misogyny is the reason why men aren't able to express their emotions. And how it goes hand in hand with you having this hatred towards women isn't gonna solve anything. It's just gonna make us more separated. It's gonna make us all not want to be involved with each other. And When has that ever helped like our society? It doesn't. It doesn't. And so I'll explain why I think misogyny is one of the reasons why these things keep happening. When men are not allowed emotional safe havens to express themselves and they're literally shamed for it. In my opinion, I think that's the reason they act out, and I think it's because if you read on the red pill content and you read on black pill content, you'll see that when a man goes to get support for his mental well-being online on these Reddit threads, he is egged on. In these environments, he's egged on to go and do something horrible to himself. But before he does it, go and do something to disrupt society and disrupt everybody. That is what happens when men are not given a safe place to express their emotions. And a lot of y'all really need to start creating these safe havens for other men and learning how to be emotionally intelligent so that way you guys don't resort to violence. Because you may think, oh well, Jess, I don't associate with any of these men that are aggressive or violent. I don't associate with them.
Bleak Solo just subscribed for 15 months.
But you
Hi.
have to understand, thank you for the sub. You have to understand that you are a part of it, that you play a role in it. Even you making fun of me when I can't drive in GTA, that is cyberbullying. You could not tell me that in real life and still have your jaw intact. So let's not do that, right? Let's not be disrespectful. Let's not be, because if you had the same thing coming to you and a man were to go and tell you that, oh, you're this and this because you're a man, you would be upset, right? But you guys, I'm not gonna lie, are very, very lucky that women have been able to be emotionally intelligent and have been able to be strong enough to express their emotions, because let's say we never did. What if women were also equally as violent? Oh, world, like it would just be it would be horrible. It would be it would be horrible. Everything would just go to shit. And so basically, I think what we can take away from this conversation is misogyny hurts all of us. Misogyny especially hurts women, but women know how to handle it because they're very, very resilient. And they don't resort to violence. They resort to crying instead of hitting a hole in the wall and causing you to patch up a hole in the wall, not being able to get your deposit back when, whatever. And so I think what we can learn from the situation is to create more spaces for people to express their emotions. And I'm also talking about like women too. Because I've had the unfortunate experience to deal with women with internalized misogyny as well. And a lot of them are very self-destructive. They can get aggressive, they can get violent. And so yeah. That's why I think violence at the hands of men keeps existing in our society. And I think that's why instead of solving the loneliness male epidemic by looking inwards, a lot of these men are blaming women for the reason why they can't get a girlfriend. And then instead of going to real women, they're going to literal minors. I'm just hoping that all the victims involved get the help that they need. And I hope that all the victims' families are able to recover from this. And I hope that I can, speak up, because I think speaking up is also really important. Anyway, let's go back
David
to the
was truly
video.
manipulating her emotions.
I sound so stupid right now, but like I've been so selfish and I can't stop thinking about you and what I did and how it's affecting like everything. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I really am sorry.
What about when a woman harasses you to help pay her phone bill because it's the final day of her service? There are male victims too. Oh, boo-hoo, a woman's asking you for money. You know you can say no, right? Which is she stealing the money out of your pocket? Celeste literally died. She is murdered. She cannot breathe another breath with her family, and she is a minor. And you're upset that you have to pay a phone bill? Oh my. Like, get a load of this guy. Get a load of this guy. Because the craziest thing is, oh, the worst that can happen is a woman takes advantage of you for your money. The worst that can happen to a woman when she gets involved with a man alone is she could die. Yeah. So let's not compare oranges to apples at this point. Some of y'all are actually like dense. We need to take an IQ test so we can figure out what is it about your brain chemicals that cannot put 2 and 2 together to figure out what the fuck is going on right now. Because this is ridiculous. The worst that can happen to you when you're dating a woman is that she can maybe snatch $5 from your pocket. Or maybe she can make you pay her phone. Oh my, make you go in debt. Oh, God forbid this person goes into debt. You know, there are worse. It is not victims of the Olympics. Everybody is a victim in this situation. And I think the saddest part of it all is a person like David could have been rehabilitated if we would have caught this early on. If we would have caught the signs early on. Thank you for the sub. If someone would have reached out to him, or he would have come forward and been like, I have these weird thoughts about kids. I need to go into rehabilitation. If he would have called himself out, or if anybody in his life were to call him out and he would have gotten rehabilitation, he could be in a better place right now. There's a woman who was thinking some weird thoughts about her family, about her siblings, and instead of acting on them, she went to the police and she talked about her feelings and she got rehabilitated so she wouldn't think this way anymore. So that way she can figure out what the fuck is wrong with her and solve it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, everybody involved in this case is a human being. I'm not saying anybody is, there's no excuse for their behavior, but at the end of the day, I do think that if it were to be caught early on, and there were more of an effort from men and women to advocate for, yeah, for like everybody's like better mental health overall. Like I feel like things like this would just not happen. But anyway, thank you, Shorty, for the prime.
Shot. You're special, David. I got a question.
What's the question?
Why don't you hold my hands anymore?
Oh, here we go again, bro.
Nah, I'm so serious.
Bro,
I'm so serious. Like,
all right, continue.
I haven't held your hand in like, shoot.
Sorry.
Like, you're not funny. I swear you're not funny.
My fault. I'm done.
Alright, let me think.
About it, so the time.
It could have been yesterday. It could have been yesterday.
Wow, yeah. I'm glad you remember that. I'm glad.
Period.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I 100% think he should be taken to jail for life. And I think people like this need to suffer a lot of consequences to their actions. But I think what's really important to recognize from this situation is that if this person was just raised in a society where they weren't taught these things, where they knew right from wrong, and where they knew what to do when they come to power, you know what I mean? And to not let it change them and not let them need to go to minors in order to fulfill their needs. Because if it's really that bad that like you're not attracting any woman at all in your life, you have to really think about this like this. If no, like, there is something wrong with you. It's not that you're not attractive enough. It's not that you don't have a good career. It's not that da da da. It's about doing the inner work because at this point, women don't need to date for money. They don't need to date for anything. They can live on their own at this point because women have so much opportunity now. They can literally just live their life and provide for themselves now. So nowadays, women don't need to marry in order to have financial stability. They don't need it to survive. And so, why do you think the loneliness male epidemic exists? It's because in order to get involved with women, women need to feel like you are the type of man who's not just saying you're going to work on themselves, but you actively do it. Every day, you choose to be better. You choose to not tolerate men with rapist jokes and men who make all these negative misogynistic comments towards women. But oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Okay. Go be with your friends in the corner of involuntarily celibates because that's where you're going to be for the next 5 years of your life, unless you do something about it and you change something, you know? Stop blaming women for the reason why you're single. Like, whenever I get out of a relationship, I don't blame men for the reason I'm single. Because at the end of the day, I like being single, you know? And you guys have to learn how to be whole without needing a relationship in your life. If you have goals and you want to get married though someday and you want to have kids, like you have to be a reasonable person. Because nowadays money and whatever it is, it's not going to cut it anymore. Being a good person, being able to stand up for women, being able to have the self-confidence and the self-esteem to cut off men that are bad, that make our world bad, and women. Because the thing is, it's not just men in this situation that are bad. I've met women who, you know, they blame victims like this. They get mad. They're like, well, you shouldn't have been around that crowd, or you shouldn't have done this, or you shouldn't have been in substances. Well, it doesn't take away from the fact that this person committed a crime, you know? And sure, you know, you can better your environment by not going to clubs and bars all the time. Whatever. But at the end of the day, a crime is a crime. You know what I mean? You can't do these things and just think you can get away with it. But the fact that these people, they get convicted for maybe a couple months and then they're able to just roam free. Like, did you guys see Evelyn Ha and her CEO boyfriend got into an argument? He literally strangled her. He strangled her. And the charges are off. He's able to roam around the world free. They even had a bail on him for like 100,000 something, 100,000 something. It was more than 100,000. And he's able to just walk around. You tell the police that you have a stalker, they can't do anything about it until that stalker hurts you. And you want us to believe that you're doing something to help victims. You're not. I'm not saying we should just lock up everybody, but I do think that we need to seriously think about like we need to implement this into schools, we need to implement this into jobs. Like things like a misogynistic man should be not even tolerable. I feel like a perfect world would be it wouldn't even be tolerated in the workplace. And I think that's why more women need to come to positions of power, like being the president, being the lead, like leads in politics and things like that. If more women come to power, I feel as if more women can share their perspectives and then more women can, you know, advocate for victims. Because clearly there are some men out there that are too cowardly to speak out about this stuff. And I find it to be insane. You cannot claim to love women, to care about women, if it's only your mother, your daughter that you care about. You have to care about all of us. And I'm not saying that like every single one of the women out there are perfect, but you should care because this stuff shouldn't even happen in the first place. You think it's happening to other people? Oh, it's not going to happen to my daughter though. It might. Because so many people are going to tolerate this, you know, and they tolerate it all the time, you know? It's very sad. Like, and it reminds me of, like, the Tory Lanez and the Megan Thee Stallion situation where she got shot in the foot. There was a whole group of involuntarily celibate people gaslighting her, telling her that she's being dramatic, when she had physical proof that she got shot in the foot with a bullet fragment. And there are people who will dick ride Tory Lanez so fucking hard and are gaslighting Megan. And Megan she has a bachelor's degree. She is making so much money with her music career. And yet there are men that just online. This should be illegal. Like, it should be illegal. And it is, because if you're over here making these defamatory statements towards Megan, she's gonna sue your ass, okay? And I hope she sues those people. That doesn't make them good people, that just makes them non-confrontational, yeah. There aren't enough good people willing to get their hands dirty because, oh, they're good people. But good people also means standing up for others. Standing up for people that don't have the same voice that you have. That's also being a good person, in my opinion. Because staying silent in this whole situation, I feel like you're choosing basically to just let it go and just not pay it any mind. But I just want us to all practice thinking about, if this were our daughter, what the hell would we do? Because I know it's true that men can empathize. I know it's true. There was another case where a teacher was sleeping with her 14-year-old students in like, it was high school. And the man on the phone, his dad was like crying on the phone, trying to, like, just feeling like it's so unfair that this happened, that he had no control over it. These are the people we put in school to protect our kids, and they're over here taking advantage of our sons and our daughters. And I know that men can empathize like that. But what I'm trying to understand is, like, I think we need to, like, when it comes to cases like this, I think we all need to understand that, like, there's a reason why this stuff happens, and a majority of the time it's hate crimes, you know. You know. And it's really sad that this had to come like this, because it's like, this girl's a literal minor. Like, she had her whole life ahead of her. You know what I mean? In a world like the one we live in today, stand for something, don't just watch from side. Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is why God gave us free will. Some learn from it, but most won't. If God was real, why does he let little minor children die every day at the hands of his creation? I don't get it. I think that things like this are just irredeemable. And I think that it's not just a problem of this guy's rich and famous. It's not even a problem of free will. I think, you know what I think it is? It's a combination of things. And the fact that, like, normalization happens so often that it leads to a woman just dying. Like, because you think, if a man actually respected women, he would never lay his hands on her, because he understands. He has a lot of power. He's biologically more advanced. He has more muscle, you know? He doesn't need to have the same structure as a woman's body, because he's not going to give birth to a baby. So he has more muscle. You know, he is biologically stronger. And if you guys know that, why would you, if you were, you know, a good man, why would you try to use that against women? It's not animal nature. That's weird. Anyway. And it is not human. Like, that is not human nature. That is... This guy lived a life where he could get away with a lot of things. And he thought he can get away with this. And that's why he even got involved with the minor in the first place. You think he got away with... You think he got involved in this situation because he thought, oh, well, I'm gonna get caught, so it is what it is. No, he knew there was gonna be some time for people to not put two and two together. You know? And I think that's an important thing. If you read up on, like, surveys, like, I read this one survey, and there was a group of men that were tested. And a lot of them were... They didn't understand what consent was. They were not educated on consent. They were not educated on what coercion is when it comes to sex. And a lot of them... Thank you for the tier 3. A lot of them admitted...
Bob Clutch just subscribed for 17 months.
I'm getting annoyed because I'm trying to talk. Thank you for the sub. A lot of them admitted to acts of wanting to rape women, acts of violence towards women, but it was worded in a way that didn't seem like it, but it was. And so a lot of them admitted that if they were not caught, they would do it. And you see what I mean? How it correlates? It's because a lot of these people don't think they're going to get caught. No one is saying that men are not victims in this situation. But you know what's important to understand about this is when it comes to sexual harassment or when you're getting involved with men sexually. I mean, like, think of the Jeffrey Dahmer case. All of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims were men. Committed by what? A man. And in this case, what do we have here? A man being the criminal in this case. Yes, women can be criminals, for sure. But I think the reason why there's a larger statistic as to men committing these crimes is because they come to power and they take advantage of it. And they don't think they're going to get caught. But they end up being caught, you know? Most, I feel like well, not most, but like some women understand what it's like to be a victim in this situation. And so they won't do something like that to a man. Unless there's something seriously fucked up with them, right? And I'm not saying it's not going to happen, and I do think that more men need to speak up about when they are hurt, so that way we can see the real. Maybe the statistics aren't for sure, because maybe men don't speak out, maybe they just put it down and they don't talk about it. But that's exactly why I'm saying we should advocate for men's mental health more, because we can avoid what? Acts of violence, and we can help men learn how to express their emotions and speak out if they are a victim. But I'm not blaming them, because you know what? I understand why some people don't come out when they're victims and they don't come out about certain men. But it's so crucial that you do, because we need to understand who in our society needs rehabilitation, or let's say they can't even be rehabilitated. They need to be in jail, right? Because this is ridiculous that kids are dying like this. And I just find it to be absolutely despicable. Like, this is just, I don't know. It's just horrible. But they don't, because of social norms. But, like, also think of it like this too. The reason why you don't want to speak out is because that social norm was created by men. For you guys, it was made so you guys could be self-destructive. And so what I'm trying to tell you right now is you should listen to women when they say work on being emotionally intelligent, so that way you can speak out and be around people that are actually healthy for you, you know? And speak out when something is going wrong, so that way when you speak out and you call somebody out on something, that way they don't hurt somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because if you just stand there and do nothing, that person more likely than not is gonna go recommit again. Most men who are convicted of SA, or like they're if they commit the crime of SA, or they commit certain crimes of rape, when they're out of jail, they recommit every single time. What are your thoughts on Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard? I don't have an opinion because I'm not educated on that case. So I can't really give you my full thoughts on it. I feel like I will always say this, I think both men and women are victims to society. But when it comes to violent crimes, I think women are more likely to deal with they're more likely to die in terms of like getting involved with men romantically. And I don't think it's good to, this is not a space where we're gonna make fun of victims in this situation, because at the end of the day, we don't know the full story. And Johnny very well could be an abusive man. Okay? So I want you guys to remember that don't believe everything you see online, because at the end of the day, you don't know these people. You don't know how they actually are. And when you speak out against them, unless you have solid evidence that this person is XYZ, then okay, you can form your opinion, right? When I was listening to the Amber Heard case and the Johnny Depp case, I was torn, but I don't know enough to understand like whether or not, I don't know who I want to stand for. I think it was proven in court she was. See, that's the thing though. I think we don't know the reality, which is why we shouldn't form our opinions on it. This isn't about men versus women. This is about, we don't know the full story, and people like Johnny Depp are so famous that a lot of you guys will dick ride him so fucking hard just because he's famous. Okay, so I just want to put that into perspective. I'm not a fan of Amber Heard or Johnny. I don't know them. All I know is they're probably both victims in this case. And so that's why it's important to not make your opinion based off of an online analysis. You don't know these people, and you also don't know the full case. So why give your opinion on it? Now, Johnny very well could be a victim in this situation. So that's why I don't think I want to give my opinion on it. Thank you for the hobby. Anyway. They're both adults too. So that's something to think about. You cannot because the reason some of y'all are just dick riding Johnny so hard is because he was a very talented actor. And I'm not going to take that away from him. He's a talented actor. And so is Amber Heard. I'm not on any side. That's the thing that y'all are misunderstanding. But I think something you can take away from the situation is the fact that when a woman speaks out about stuff, this you guys are proving my point as to what I mean when I say when a woman speaks out about something that's going on, she is never believed unless there is solid evidence. But then it's too late at that point. I'm not saying Johnny is a monster. I'm not saying Amber is a monster. I think they're just both adults who got into a bad marriage, and they both were verbally abusive to each other. They were both mean to each other. Okay? And so that's why we aren't going to gang up on one person. And this is what I mean by when women speak out about situations, no one respects them and no one believes them. But then at that point, it's too late. But maybe if some of y'all had more respect for women, you wouldn't go around acting like you know the whole court. You don't. You don't. And it's extremely insensitive to act like that. You know what I mean? Because what if Amber was, and maybe I'm playing devil's advocate, but what if Amber was a victim in the situation? What if she didn't record everything she needed to record in order to give proof. Like, I think some of y'all like need to understand that we don't know these people. And I'm not siding with Amber Heard. I'm not siding with Johnny. That's why I don't even want to speak about this case, because I think it's stupid. And I also think the whole I'm saying it's stupid. Like, it's stupid to ask me. I'm a streamer. I don't. Okay, so I just want you guys to look at this real quick. Heard testified to multiple instances of physical and sexual abuse. And because this guy is famous, the crazy part is because this guy is famous, a lot of y'all will sit here and defend a little like domestic abuser who, by the way, and I'm not saying Johnny's perfect or he's like, I'm not saying he's evil. I'm just saying he is a hurt man and he has hurt others. And she is a hurt woman and she has hurt others. I think that's the conclusion. I don't know the full case. But what I do think is when women do come about physical and sexual abuse, like this is a perfect example of like we are taking a side of a person who literally like this is why so many people still listen to Chris Brown. When he like beat up his wife. He just exists in our society like it's fine. You don't know the case, what are you saying? I'm just saying from my perspective, I feel like it's easy to gang up on the woman in this situation because it's a man versus woman situation. And this happens a lot. And it's a reason why women don't speak out about abuse. Johnny Depp lost everything. Well, maybe he should have thought of about that before abusing a woman. Have you ever thought about that? Like when you abuse women in your life, you can't just get away with it. But in this situation, it seems like if a man has enough money and enough fame, sometimes they will. If she's still alive. Because to men, well, at least you're not dead, and it's like, what the fuck? And I think it's just, are you sure he abused? Are you sure she abused him? See, that's why this case is so complicated because it's like, I feel like it's just gender wars at this point. And I feel like a lot of people just don't want to hear out Amber because they think the only reason she's coming out about this stuff is because she's looking to get fame and money. It was proven in court that he didn't. I don't believe in America's justice system because it's like at this point it's like they're not even doing like how can you defend the America's law system and their court system if things like this that's happening to Celeste is still happening? It's still happening. In 2026, there are still little girls dying. And you think we should believe everything? Okay, like the court is not always right. Fuck you, like, fuck whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'm not saying anything at this, like, some of y'all are actually, like, believe everything you see on the internet, and look, I'm not even taking Amber Heard's side. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy how everybody just gangs up on the women in this situation. When it's like, you know it's the truth that both of them can be victims in this situation. Piece of shit. And this is why women never come out about abuse. They're probably both abusive. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't excuse this or that. I'm just pointing out a very interesting bias in the fact that everybody's just ganging up on Amber because she is the lesser famous one. And she didn't build a good enough case against Johnny that it just so happened to not follow. Like, I just feel like they didn't build a good case for her at all. And I think it's just insane how, like, just having a bad lawyer could literally turn your life upside down. When the whole situation, I don't give a fuck what I don't give a fuck what you men think about me in this chat. I don't give a fuck. Because you know what? This is exactly why women do not come out about abuse, because what if it is true that she was actually abused? Which, did you know that when most women come out about sexual abuse, it's most of the time true. You realize that, right? Just because she doesn't have evidence doesn't always mean that she's telling a lie. Some people change their perspective on this because, oh, well, he has fame, he has this. But seriously, I mean, that makes it worse, though. When someone has fame and money, you've seen what happens when they have fame and money. I mean, look at the Epstein files. You see what happens when they have fame and money. Johnny lost all of his sponsors in movies. Maybe he should have thought about that before abusing a woman. And maybe, exactly, and maybe she should have thought about that before she abused him. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. You can't justify just because bad things happen. Okay, well, you do bad things, you have bad consequences. When I was not a good person online, I reaped the consequences of my actions. I lost a lot of my reputation. I lost a lot of social credit. They both lost something. But in the end of the day, I feel like what's interesting about the situation is that a lot of people will gang up on Amber because at this point, it is a joke to some of you guys that women are being abused. It is a joke. You are laughing in here, joking about it. And you think you're going to get a girlfriend one day. Oh, okay. And you think you're going to get married one day to a woman. We can sniff right through that, by the way, just so you know. And no woman wants to be around a man who is such a coward and doesn't stand up against powerful men. So it's a joke when the man is abused. I'm not saying it's a joke. I never said anything was a joke in this situation. Now we're putting words in my mouth. I'm just pointing out the clear bias in the fact that y'all are able to make jokes about Amber when it's like she was abused. Whenever victims speak out about dealing with abuse, usually it's the truth. You seriously think she was the 2 to 8% of women that lies? Like, I mean, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I just think that, like, it's interesting how, like, maybe, right? Because maybe he has fame and whatever. I don't know. But I just think that's why I don't like talk about these stupid cases, because it's like, we don't even know the full story. So it's like, nothing that I'm even saying holds any weight, because at this point, it's like, we don't even know these people involved. And what really could have happened is that they were both abusive. And so ganging up on one and having bias for the other, in my opinion, is just misogyny. It's you trying to justify your own misogyny. When it's like, how about look at it from an angle of, well, both people can be abusers in this case. And see, this is what I mean. Like, putting things into my mouth. No one said Johnny wasn't abused too. He was. And I believe that 100%. I believe male victims and I believe female victims as well. The whole situation of this marriage was the fact that they were both abused. I'm not biased towards any of them, but I do think it's interesting as a woman myself who has spoken out about certain things. I understand what it's like to not be believed when stuff happens. And that's why most women don't speak out, and that's why most men don't speak out, because no one believes them. If Amber was, I don't know, it's just stupid in my opinion, because it's like, it's not random numbers. Studies generally estimate that false reports of domestic and sexual abuse constitute between 2% and 10% of cases. That means 90% of the time when a woman is telling her side of the story, she's telling the truth. Especially when it comes to domestic violence and when it comes to sexual abuse. And so I do believe Amber in this situation. But I'm not saying there isn't a slight chance that she could be lying. But I think it's very interesting that so many people are so quick to jump on Johnny's side because he's a well-renowned actor. And he lost his career. Oh, poor man. He lost his career. Oh my god, like, let's get a grip, actually. If he cared about his career, he wouldn't have gone involved with a woman like that he knew he was going to do something like that. He shouldn't have committed that crime. Like, that's a crime, you know? And also, the crazy thing about it is it's so much more complex than it was a toxic relationship. Exactly. And so, in a way, in my opinion, they should have just never gotten married or like anything like that. But it's like, you think when a woman's getting like abused or whatever, she's just gonna think to like, a lot of the time, it's not able to be captured on camera because it just happens. And it's just one of those situations where it's like, it's like, like you just have to trust that person's word. Because I'm not saying we should just trust every single woman that comes out about this stuff. I do believe there are false reports. But I think it's very interesting how everyone just gangs up on her because it's like, it's misogyny at the end of the day. Like, internalize, this is what I mean by internalized misogyny. It's like, I don't know, it's just crazy that exists. I'm just pointing out the misogyny in the situation because they're both gonna they can both deal with abuse, but like when a woman comes out about this stuff, it's more likely, that she's telling the truth. And I'm just pointing out how like a lot of people are ganging up on her, and I think it's bad because you can't just take one person's side just because they're a successful businessman. The same thing happened when I was at this Valorant event, and it made me really mad. There's a guy, and he's a Valorant Tier 2 coach. He got accused of raping a woman at a party that I was at with some of my friends, and I was hanging out with my girls. And this girl reported him to the police. She reported it. But she's not gonna film it when she's at the club. It's dark in there. How's she gonna film that? And it's like, and these people I was hanging out with that I thought were my friends, they're like, she's crazy. She's delusional. Who does she think she is, calling out this Tier 2 coach and saying that he raped her? Well, maybe she shouldn't have drank alcohol. Verbatim, that's what they said. Mind you, this girl, this is not her first time dealing with sexual assault. And so many people thought it was okay to just sit in front of me and say that stuff. I had to cut those people off. Because absolutely not. What we're not going to do is we're not going to justify somebody's actions just because they are a professional Tier 2 coach, whatever, for Valorant players. oh, but he's such a hardworking man and he's so successful and like, just give him the benefit of the doubt. But it's like, really, guys? Like, are we really gonna care more about a man's career over a woman's? Like, she got violated. And yeah, okay, she was drinking. She was at a party. But she didn't deserve that. And we should do better as a society to prevent stuff like that from happening to women. People just want to be right and don't understand you have your own point of view and opinions. Exactly. And I'm not even saying that Amber Heard is innocent. I'm not even saying she's innocent. And I'm not saying in the situation that there's ever going to be a perfect victim. There's never going to be a perfect victim. Like, and I think Johnny and Amber are perfect examples of that. They're not always going to go about things the right way, but I literally had to cut off like these guy friends I was with because she was drinking and she didn't know and stuff like that, and it just resulted into that. But when somebody's drinking and they're in a vulnerable state, a bad person sees it as an opportunity to take advantage of them. A good person gets you a cup of water so that way you don't overdo it with the alcohol. They get you something to eat. They make sure you get a ride home so you're not drinking and driving and all that. That's what a good person would do. And that's why I'm trying to point out that even these people that are super successful, they can be bad people. And I need y'all to snap the fuck out of it because these parasocial relationships, they can be a little dangerous for you guys. You can't just take one person's side because, oh, well, they're such an amazing actress or actor and oh my God, they're so cool. It's like, no, they're people. They're going to make choices. And if they're bad human beings, then it's going to come out that they're bad human beings. That's it. And yeah, sure, he fucked with substances his entire life, and he had a rough childhood, and da 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 da, right? But if he cared about himself, he would have, tried to get help the most he could, like be better for himself and be better for those around him. And that's why hurt people, because maybe his life was getting too hard. He had to resort to substances, but then it brought a side out of him that wasn't necessarily attractive. But just because you've been through abuse doesn't mean that you should start wreaking havoc on the world. You know what I mean? It should mean that you should seek rehabilitation and try to be a better person so that way you don't hurt others. You know what I mean? It's called taking accountability. And I think that both people in the situation could take accountability. But I think what's important about this whole situation with the girl at the party and, she's drinking and stuff and then she got raped. A lot of people were storming her social media to basically gaslight her and say that she was telling a lie. And what's crazy about it is like some victims they have Stockholm syndrome with their abusers because they don't want to believe that this person is abusive. And they will even admit to lying even when it actually did happen. And you know what that's called? It's a trauma response called fawning. And abusers manipulate and gaslight women to second guess themselves and to go back on their word. And then you wonder why there's still predators that roam our society. Because of what? Because you guys believe anything you see online. Because a guy happens to be successful. Oh, but he can't do anything wrong because he's successful. It's like, seriously? They're both bad, you know what I mean? And that case proved that they're both bad. And I think two things can be true at once. Johnny could have lost his career wrongfully, but Amber could also exist as a victim as well. I think both can be true at the same time. I think that there's just a lot of bias in this. And I think a lot of people they have this hidden misogyny in them that comes to the surface when situations like this come about. And they don't think I'm going to block them over it. They think because, oh yeah, I'm not scared of you, I'm going to block your bitch ass. You know what I mean? it's not attractive to be carrying that hidden misogyny and then have it come to light when it comes to a situation where you think, oh well, yeah, here's a proven example that women are crazy and women are reactive and emotional and that's why this and that. Like, get a grip, actually, you know? Because it's like, if women were so emotional in the way that men make us out to be, you know, I feel like women would act out in violence. But they don't. And there's a reason why, because they know it's not a good idea, they know it's not productive, and they know it's not going to solve problems. It's just going to make more problems. And when women, like certain women, develop emotional intelligence, they'll understand that problem solving is about getting to the root cause of the issue, you know? And in this case with David and Celeste, I feel like the root cause of the issue is men nowadays are dealing with a loneliness male epidemic, and so they have to go to children in order to satisfy their needs. They don't want to do the inner work to be involved with women because now women are raising their standards and men are mad about it. And so instead of working on themselves, they resort to hurting young girls. And that's how I know a man will never respect my opinion, is when it takes one situation where he thinks a woman is lying. I know in that moment when he thinks that every girl that comes out of a essay and stuff are lying. That's how I know. That's the moment I know that every word that comes out of my mouth, he doesn't take it seriously. He doesn't see me as competent. He doesn't see me as somebody who can be educated and have their own point of view and their own perspective. I'm not saying what I'm saying is the truth. I'm saying what I believe based off of my worldview. And you don't have to try to understand that. You know what I mean? But I'm going to go about life being around the men who choose to try to understand me, even if they don't fully agree with everything that I have to say. Who respect me.
Never saw that POV.
And my perspective on things. And who don't make me feel like I'm stupid because I'm a different gender, when we are the literal same species, so your line of thinking has no weight at all. Like, saying women are stupid and then us being the same species is basically calling yourself stupid. So if you think about it, you know? Thank you for the super chat. Women can be intellectual thinkers, women can be leaders. And I'm not saying that I'm right about everything, but I think it's very important that I share with you guys my POV, because some of y'all never get to hear it. Some women don't want to be around you voluntarily. You know? And so you got to learn, right? And I think it's important to learn. I can learn something from you, you can learn something from me. Whenever I've met men, I've always respected them in terms of every time they talk to me about something, I always try to listen to what they say with an open mind, especially in person, not online, because online it's easy to misinterpret things. But in person, when I'm able to meet people, I feel like I can truly hear their perspective, you know? But anyway, I'm not saying this because I think men bad, women good. I'm saying both people can be bad. I've actually had like more problems with, if we want to get deep and personal, I mean, I've had more problems with my mom. And so if I really was truly a man hater, like, I would be evil. to my father, but my father has been an amazing father. He is in my life. He is amazing, and there's some things he's not the best at. But my mom, she did the best that she could, and she did an amazing job. But she definitely hurt me a lot more, and then what I realized was my mom. It was her first time living, and the reason she is the way she is because she was abused by a man. A man made her feel the way she does, act the way she acts. And then what's crazy about the whole thing is her mom also played a role because she stuck around an abusive man. And so the whole thing of what I'm saying is it's not just women's fault, but it's men's fault too. It's men and women's fault. When you choose to be in a dysfunctional household and you don't choose to leave to give your children a better situation, you're causing harm to your children. It's the facts. And my dad's side of the family has like problems too. But, it's a combination. It is a wombo combo. When people are hurt, it's because it's a combination. So I don't even fully blame everything on my mom. It's more so like it's both of them, honestly. You know what I mean? But what's really cool about life is when you get into power and when you figure out a way to get more opportunities for yourself, you figure out a way to heal, you can go to therapy and you can rewire yourself to not hurt others, which I think that's what the point of rehabilitation centers are. And that's the point of no one in this world is evil. I think calling people evil is dehumanization. And I think that in order for us to figure out what's going on and how to stop things, we need to learn how to figure out what the root cause of the issue is so we can put a stop to it. Do you understand? And it comes down to choices. You have a choice to gang up on women when you don't believe them, when they come out about domestic and sexual abuse. You have a choice. And your choice harms, whether you believe it or not. Creating that normalization of women being abused and calling women dramatic when they come out about situations, you are what's wrong with society. And the craziest part about it is women can do it too. I've met women who don't believe SA victims because they have never been SA'd. And I just want to sit with you guys for a second. If you are a woman or a man and you've never been SA'd before, that means you were protected your entire life. That means you didn't have to endure a lot of the trauma that a lot of people had to at the hands of undisciplined human beings, you know? And all that. And so what we're not going to do is just because you haven't been SA'd or just because you don't have somebody in your life that has been dealing with crime doesn't mean that the people who come out about it are lying. Because how can you sit here as a man and tell me you know what it's like? You know what Amber Heard has dealt with. Because you don't know the full story. I don't even know the full story of Johnny. He very well could have been abused too. 100%. I believe it fully. I believe both of them. And so that's why I think the root cause of the issue is what we need to stop doing is stop making it stop displaying your unattractive misogyny by not believing women just because you think you know what they deal with. You don't know. You know what I mean? If you haven't had and that's the thing, there's certain things in life you'll never understand unless you go through it yourself. One of those things is SA. one of those things is having a family member die at the hands of a homicide. You know what I mean? Also, there is no perfect victim. Exactly. And victims, what's the saying again, guys? It's called hurt people hurt people. And so that's why in this situation, it applies to this too. That maybe if David were to come out about these weird feelings towards minors and talk to a professional, report himself, because there's something wrong with you if you're attracted to minors. If he would have just spoken out and got the help that he needs, maybe he could have been rehabilitated to go on and maybe live a happy career and not have to be, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because what if the roles were reversed, right? It's just, in my opinion, I feel like at the end of the day, everybody involved in the situation, they're all human beings. Whether you guys like it or not. It's not to justify their actions, but it's more so to give perspective on the fact that what can we do? Like, what can we do to change this? That way, this doesn't keep happening to women. You know what I mean? Because the craziest part is like, that I think about a lot is like when it comes to my family. Thank you for the follows. When it comes to my family, and when I did some deep, like, inner thinking, I thought about how, like, my family is not perfect. Neither is yours, probably. But a lot of the reason that people have caused harm is because they were hurt themselves, too. You know? And so I think it's important to give people an opportunity to work on themselves so that way they don't do this. And that's why advocating for people's mental health is so important. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean I'm gonna start tolerating like misogynists and stuff. I will never, I don't ever want to associate with the misogynists. I don't ever want to be around them because there are some people where it's like maybe their way of thinking, they don't change, you know? I'm hopeful that we can help people understand how to be more respectful towards women and learn how to protect them better. I'm hopeful of it, but I think that at this point there are a lot of people who like there's nothing that's gonna change them. They're like too far gone. Like the damage has already been done, you know? Anyway. But I think it's important to protect victims. That's all. In all situations. And adults can be victims too in this situation too. Like, I think that the reason like this is getting a lot of attention is because, like, I mean, she's a minor, you know? But this isn't just some like drama, you know, or da da da. Like, no one would ever say the things they say about Amber to Celeste. They would never. You know what I mean? Okay, so I want to show you guys something. Ready? So here's another example of misogyny right here. This guy right here is entitled because he gifted a tier 3 sub. He's mad that I banned him and he tier 3 sub. I run this fucking program. And I don't tolerate misogyny, whether you've been in this community for 5 years, whether you've gifted $1,000 to me. I don't give a fuck. You're a misogynist. I'm not gonna take it back. You can send me what over $20. Okay, like let's log in. Piece of shit. Like, that's what I mean by misogyny too. He's acting like he's gonna get away scratch free because he's a tier 3 sub. I'm here to break it to you, buddy. I'm here to break it to you. Yeah, I know you're watching on your alt account. I know. I'm here to break it to you that I run this program here, right here. So I ban whoever the fuck I want, no matter how much fucking money you give to me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You're not my supporter if you get mad that you tier 3 sub and I can't say that I don't agree with your opinion and that I don't want you a part of my community. Money doesn't entitle you to my time, my energy, my space, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what money I lose. Because you know what? It's not worth being around a misogynistic piece of shit. It's not worth it. Be careful of clippers that try to do it out of context. I don't care. Clip me. I've already been canceled. Can't cancel me if I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That guy's a fucking weirdo. He's defending Johnny Depp like his last fucking... I'm sorry. No. Because the thing is, I'm not even defending Amber. I'm defending both. I think they're both victims in that situation. Okay? That's all I'm going to say about it. I do believe Johnny is a victim, and I also sympathize for Johnny in this situation because he's a rich man. Rich men can be targeted for their money. They can be targeted. Yes, I understand. But I'm going to be honest. I think they're both victims in this situation. So yeah, I feel some type of way when people are ganging up on her and making jokes about her. That's not okay. Because you would get mad if I started making jokes about Johnny. You don't see me making jokes about Johnny. I'm not going to be disrespectful to victims at all. I think they're both victims in that situation. So, anyway. It's not to say any of their actions are condoned, by the way. It's just to say that I think it's very interesting how people will tier 3 sub to me and then think that I'm gonna tolerate their fucking bullshit. You can send me $1,000 right now. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Send it to me right now. And if you disrespect me, you come in here and you disrespect me, and you're not willing to hear out my perspective, then you're a misogynist. And you're proving my point by getting mad that I blocked you. Because only a man who doesn't respect women would react that way when you block them. A good man would take the block and move on with their life. You know what I mean? They would take it like a champ and move on, okay? You think I care? I don't care. Cause the thing is, chat, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna let this man speak down to me, you know? Just because, you know, I don't really care if I lose money for that. Like, I really don't care. I lose money every month because, you know, guys think they have a chance, and they clearly don't. I lose money every month. That's not what I do streaming for. I don't do streaming, you know. I do it because I think it's important to have a platform and to speak, and women to have powerful positions to speak their mind. And I'm not saying everything that I'm saying is right, because I'm not like the smartest person in the world, but there's nothing wrong with me speaking my mind. I don't think anything's wrong with that. I think a lot of people just like, that guy's weird. You could just ban that guy. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick because I've been holding it for a minute. I'm just gonna be myself. Money comes and goes. Exactly. And like the fact that he's mad after he did, like, I wasn't even calling his tier 3 sub
Money
annoying. I was
comes,
just
money goes.
overstimulated because the sound effect was really loud. And I think it's interesting how like and then telling me to check my ego at the door. I have an ego? Because I researched misogyny. Like, I researched misogyny, and the way he was talking down to me in chat is literally an example of how women, even in powerful positions like me, are gonna deal with piece of shit misogynists, and they try to use money to hang it over your head and try to get you to change your mind. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, actually, fuck you. Because it's not even about being a man at that point. It's like, you're a shitty ass human being if you're talking down to me because I have a different opinion, you know? Like, and the thing that's crazy is I didn't even say Johnny wasn't a victim. I said both of them are victims in that situation, you know? And I'm upset, yes. I'm upset that people gang up on women. Because, oh, but the court said this, but the court... Has the court ever actively protected women? Like, has the law ever actively protected women? They let predators walk free all the time. They don't protect women. And you can't lie and say they do, because, I mean, if the law seriously did protect victims, Celeste would be alive today. A lot of women would be alive today. You know? That's why it is that deep and it is that serious to listen to women when they speak out about abuse or domestic violence, and to listen to them. There is a chance they're lying. Yes, I believe it. But I also think it's important. Like, it's important to recognize how sometimes there are people in this world who think that because a person has a very successful career, that they can't be a shitty person. All of a sudden, they have such a cool career that they need to look. It's like, bro, really? Like, when people have these big careers, it's not a definition of who they are. How they treat people is a definition of who they are. And that's why when it comes to misogyny, like that guy, like, just block him straight up. Because, like, I'm not even going to engage with him energy wise. Because at that point, it's like, he doesn't even see my point of view. He doesn't want to see my point of view. And then as soon as I block him, he's mad. He spent his tier 3 sub. He can refund it, by the way, because I blocked it. So, Cry Me River. Go send a Twitch report. Go send a Twitch report. And then get your money back. Like, I don't care. Have it. You know what I mean? Have it. Like, people are just so weird nowadays. Like, and then bringing up the money in it too. It's like bringing up the tier 3 sub. As if I owe you a happy reaction. I'm not this zoo that you can press a button and I'm be happy all the time. And the craziest part is I don't even hate. Like, I don't even hate. Like, they always make these accusations of I hate men. It's like, what I speak out about is going to help women and men. But some of y'all just aren't listening. And just want to put things into my mouth. Because that's what you want to hear. You know? When it's like, if we dismantled misogyny as a society, it would help everybody. You know what I mean? It would help everybody. Being able to see both sides would always, it would help everybody. Because you can't just take one side because this guy has a very successful career. You know? You can't. A lot of the time, when these men are in powerful positions, they take advantage of it. And it's not to like generalize, but it's just to give perspective on. Have you ever thought like maybe she's telling the truth? And also, probably Johnny too. He's probably also telling the truth because she's also a very successful white woman. She's in a powerful position where she can abuse that. You know? Thank you, Striker, for the prime. I'm gonna go pee real quick because I've been holding it, but. Something I learned about misogyny, though, is no matter how many conversations you have with men, some of them don't respond to having a conversation because they don't even respect women to begin with. So maybe having a conversation with them isn't going to do anything. You know what will help is just not even giving them an attention or anything. Nothing like that, you know? Because that's how you starve it, you know? But I think that it's important to like look at both sides and to stop forming your opinion over people like based off of like what the internet says. I think you should try to come to your own conclusion, and I feel like that's the smart way to go about things. But also, like, it's not, has nothing to do with your life, you know? But I feel like at the same time, what's going on with Amber and how she's been completely obliterated off the internet is a reason why a lot of women who are victims don't even come out unless they have solid evidence. But a lot of the time, like shit like having a stalker, you know, like even if you go to the police with that evidence, they don't believe you. And then I don't know if you guys saw the woman in Japan who was cold murdered in her job. She was murdered cold blood in her job. And she told them about this stalker. She told them. But she didn't have any proof and she still died. That's what's like, yeah, like horrible, you know? Horrible. It's horrible that like no one's doing anything about this stuff. Like no one's realizing the contradictions. You know what I mean? In what they say, in what they're doing, and how they're acting. I try to show them every time, but it's like, there's no point in arguing with them, chat. Like, at this point, there's no point, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, I need to go pee really bad. Okay.
The operation. The surgery takes over 3 hours when it should have taken less than 90 minutes. After the operation, the nurses are left to monitor Quan as he bleeds. They mop the blood off the floor 13 times. Medical professionals later assessed that he had lost roughly 3 times the amount of blood the doctors reported. Quan's brother receives a call that evening. Quan is not doing well. By the time he arrives at the hospital, Quan is unconscious. 7 weeks later, he tragically passes away, only 24 years old. Quan's story is extreme, but the system that produced it is not. In the Gangnam district alone, there are 457 registered plastic surgery clinics. 1 in 5 women in South Korea have had plastic surgery, and among female college students nationally, the figure is roughly 1 in 2. But this video is not only about Korea. Korea is the canary in the coal mine. So the question is not why Korea became the plastic surgery capital of the world. The question is whether the rest of the world can avoid following the same path. This is Korea, the first plastic society. To understand how Korea got here, you need to go back to the Korean War. In 1954, an American military surgeon named David Ralph Millard arrived in South Korea as chief plastic surgeon for the US Marine Corps. Later, he would be recognized as one of the top 10 plastic surgeons of the millennium by the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. It's funny because he called post-war Korea a plastic surgeon's paradise. Initially, Millard performed reconstructive work on wounded soldiers, civilians, and children. But in the middle of the chaos, he found an unlikely patient. Korean women who wanted to make their eyes appear more Western. I know, pretty crazy stuff. He published papers on what he called de-orientalizing procedures,
Yeah, I think
trained local
I'm
Korean
gonna
doctors,
like
and
finish
left
what I'm
behind a
saying,
surgical
and
infrastructure that would
I'm just
grow
gonna end it
into
at.
the national industry that we see today.
I think it's
But there was
bad
already a cultural foundation
to
waiting. The Korean philosophical practice
always
of Hwansung,
assume,
the
like when
belief
people
that
come
a
out
person's
about
face
things,
reveals their destiny, and it dates back
that
to the
they're
7th
lying.
century.
And I think that's why, like, sometimes I think about how, like, am I meant to be in a space like this? Because I think about how there are a lot of things against me and how I have to deal with certain people who are very entitled to me, and how I don't know if it's necessarily a safe thing, but I will always like speak out for women and men. Like I always try. Obviously, the only one I can really relate to is the woman, you know. But I think it's very interesting that a lot of people think I'm gonna tolerate their bullshit, you know. You know what I mean? Like, people are just really weird. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna drink some water. I think I'm kind of done with this conversation. I think I've said what I wanted to say about it, and I think that a lot of people need to pay attention more to women when they speak out about stuff like this. I don't think David is a representation of every single man, but I think it's important to understand what contribution we all can contribute to lessen things like this happening to victims, and what can we do to like actually solve the problem, because we all play like a role in this. Because if we had this, society that actually called people out for what, goes on, instead of like letting them roam free, I feel like this wouldn't happen to women like this. You know? You know what I mean? And it's definitely like a combination of things. Definitely a combination of situations, but anyway. That's why like I'm thinking about being like a blogger and stuff, because I don't know if I don't know, like streaming it can be a little challenging at times. And the entitlement is a little challenging at times. But I also think like I'm somebody who's strong enough to be resilient to it, and I really don't give a fuck what these men think about me. Like, I literally don't. You know what I mean? And they can suck a dick, you know what I mean? Like, suck a dick. But anyway, what should we react to next? I think that it's important that women like me exist in male dominated spaces, because I'm like breaking the norm and I'm being the representation in life that I've always wanted to see, you know? And not just representation, but it's also just like it's important to just be yourself, you know? I think that for a while on streaming and stuff, I was never fully myself. I was never fully sharing my thoughts and ideas and my controversial opinions with people on here, because I was afraid of like losing supporters. I was afraid of like da da da. But then I realized that's keeping me away from the people that I will get along with the most, the people that I will vibe with the most. You know, if I'm not my authentic self, you know. Also, God forbid a streamer gets annoyed, you know? Like, this is the craziest part. Like, this guy's mad that I'm annoyed, but anyway, whatever. Australia vibe.
Good morning. You do love sunbathing, yeah? You love sunbathing.
Good morning, guys.
No, I haven't watched that show yet. Like, I don't care if people don't like my controversial opinions, like... I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm starting to realize, like, I don't even like being around people who consider me digestible anyways.
Okay.
Because those are the people that, like, they'll do that weird shit to you. That they think money is, oh, you can't ever get banned, or you can't ever, like, okay, bro.
So
Like,
I just have to clean
it's
up.
like the same ones who, like, they send you a whole bunch of money and then they get mad when you can't play with them or something, or you don't want to play with them.
Over
Like,
and
brother,
she
what
cleaned
the
my
fuck?
kitchen and it
But
looks
anyway.
so.
What time did I sleep? Honestly, I let the movie run while I'm sleeping, so I honestly don't know what time I went to bed.
Clean and nice right now, but I have this little corner here where I just have a
And
bunch
you know, a
of
good
random
example of that is like when Doja Cat was like irritated on social media. Like a lot of people just made her feel bad that she wasn't like buddy with a lot of her friends, and it's like it's about boundaries, you know? Like you don't have to be friends with, you know, everybody that you meet. And I think people just are entitled to her because they're like, oh, well, we made your career. We did this and that. It's like, but if you are doing it for extra, if you're doing it for extra benefits, then are you really supporting that person? Or are you just gifting so you can get a leg up in that person's like space and in their corner? That's like something I think about a lot. Is some people are extremely manipulative and extremely toxic in terms of they try to act like supporting a streamer equals entitlement to their space and their energy and stuff like that. And I find it to be very disgusting. And that's not real support. Gifts are supposed to be gifts because they're given, you know? Not because you're gonna gain something out of it. Like gifts are just meant to be given. You know what I mean? Anyway, but yeah, that's something I feel like entitled people won't be able to comprehend. But yeah. But anyway, that's my TED Talk. I hope you enjoyed. Sometimes, like, being a streamer is just like, in that way, like, dealing with those hateful comments and stuff, like, it can be really draining. But I've learned to just let it go, because I've had people for longer disappoint me. So it's like, bring it on. Bring it on. I've gone through a lot of shit in my life. You think saying something hateful towards me is gonna, like, you know, stop me from being myself, you know? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Good TED Talk.
Thank you. Like, you seriously think, you know? But it's because, like, people are just entitled, you know? And it's a lot. That's why, like, I've had to take breaks from streaming and stuff because, like, it can get draining. But I try to push through the pain or, like, push through, like, the exhaustion and just keep showing up, you know? Regardless.
Good morning, my
Oh my
girl.
gosh, she's so cute.
How are you?
And some of y'all don't even deserve women. Like, some of y'all don't even know how to take care of a woman in the way that they deserve. Emotionally. Like, some guys think finances is all it is for a woman nowadays, but it's like, not even finances are enough. You gotta be like emotionally intelligent. You gotta be able to be around a woman and regulate her nervous system.
Did you miss
Not,
me, my God?
not make her go into fight or flight mode when she's around you. But because some of them never learn how to be able to let a woman truly rest, that's why women don't want to be around you. And no, it's not because you're not attractive enough. And no, it's not because you're not a giga chat enough or whatever the fuck. It's literally because maybe when every girl is around you, she feels her nervous system getting dysregulated. You know?
My beautiful girl. I miss you a lot, my girl.
But yeah.
I miss you a lot.
People are crazy. Crazy nowadays. She's so cute.
What about it, guys?
I love cats.
What about the KBC? Also, if you want to support the channel, you can do that via Buy Me a Coffee, link in the description. Thank you. Hello. Do you know me? Ah, I know you. You're the thief cat.
Thank you, Muffin. I appreciate
cat
that.
Who likes to steal. Don't complain. You're stealing my food. You're stealing my food. I gave you right here.
And yeah, it is exhausting at times. That's why I've been like vlogging more because honestly vlogging just feels way better at times.
But yeah. Right? And he
Feels
knows
way
me
better.
now.
Feels
I will
like
name you Thief. Not Thief.
I'm doing productive things
Thief,
and then I
you're a
just like
little
pop up my
thief.
phone and do like
You're
the
a little
productive
thief.
things
You're
that
a
I
big
want to
boy
do
now.
for my
Look at
day.
you.
And then
Yes,
vlogging
you're
is
a big boy,
sometimes
my
really
boy.
fun.
Yes.
And I'm working on my vlog right now, guys, and it's coming out pretty good.
Oh, even you can tell by her meows. Yes, are you excited, my boy? Are you excited? Wanna steal again? No? Oh, don't be aggressive. Don't be aggressive. Yes.
Well.
Be a lovely boy. Be a flower. Yes.
Well.
Cute.
Cute.
My sweet boy. Because of your meows, look at here. How many cats? Crazy little thing. Crazy little thing. My big boy. Come here. Eat your food. Come on. Hey. Yes. Finally. Bon appetit, guys. She was like hiding in there. Bon appetit. Bon appetit, ex-convict. Ex-thief. Also fun sport channel, guys. You can do that via Buy Me a Coffee. Link in the description. Thank you in advance and take care.
Okay, guys, well, what should we do today? Because I feel like every game has been pretty stale for me. Maybe just like vlogging content. Oh my gosh, what is this? Not really in the mood for Red Dead Redemption 2. Honestly, every game lately has been just feeling so stale. That's why like I haven't really been gaming as much. Oh my god.
Sunday morning, up with the luck. I think I take a walk in the
But yeah, I just want to say rest in peace, Celeste, and condolences to her family and all of her friends that are being affected by this loss. Because Celeste deserved better. She deserved way better. She deserved a system that protected her. And she deserved people around her that protected her. But unfortunately, I feel like society and just whatever the fuck is going on with that David guy, whatever the fuck happened to him and whatever the fuck happened, it's just like, it's just really sad that we have to see so many young women die every single day and nothing changes every single year. The same shit. And it sucks. And it's just the worst. That nobody wants to be brave and stand up for women. That it takes me and other people with platforms to stand up. Do something for these victims, you know? Like, and I don't mind it because like I Japan, and this girl got murdered in her job by her stalker. And no one's saying anything about it, you know? And I only trust men who stand up for women. Because standing up for women is important. Especially, like, you know? It shouldn't be happening, you know? But anyways, that's all I'm gonna say about that situation. Hmm. Let's see what other people are streaming. What's Emmy replaying? No, I'm not a human. Babo Rabo is Rainbow. Counter-Strike? Thank you, Fear, for the star jewels. Hello, Majin. Thank you, Chogi, for the gifts. What's a good game we could play? What is Queso doing? Oh my god, Doja's playing Overwatch. I love Doja Cat. What do you guys think? We play some Overwatch? Honestly, some Overwatch would be fun. Okay, let's do Overwatch. Okay, honestly, Overwatch wouldn't be bad because there's also like the there's some drops for Overwatch. There's the Winston badge. I'm not adding people back. I don't know what you're talking about. Is this an FPS game or I'll play competitive. The real ones support me, yeah. And it's like the thing is, it's like I'm not even trying to like I always give the vibe that I hate men or whatever, but it's like I hate misogyny. I hate internalized misogyny. And I can tell when people have internalized misogyny based on the way they speak about women, especially when it comes to true crime cases and things like that. And you don't have to know, like, some people don't even know that they have internalized misogyny. And so it's really sad that it, like, continues to happen every day. And, like, it's a reason why I feel like women keep getting hurt. You know what I mean? But I hate that I have to like clarify that because some people can't wrap around their head that like, you know, oop, it's not even open. Thank you for the star gift, Fear. I'm not gonna stream snipe Doja Cat. I was just trying to get inspired on what I should play. I'm gonna play damage. But anyway, like, you don't have to agree with anything that I say. Like, I really don't care what other people think about me when it comes to, like, certain topics, because, like, I know where I come from. I know the research that I've done personally on my own time and in school. And I'm not gonna sit here and let a man try to tell me that he thinks I'm stupid or whatever the fuck, and try to, like, not even hear out my perspective, like, try to speak to me like you don't even need, I don't, you're not, you're literally not even trying to, like, wasn't even trying to hear my perspective out. Like, I'm good off that, you know? I'm good. You know? It's like, and then the whole money thing is crazy. Where's the audio? We should play some music. Hold on. I got some non-copyright music we can play. But yeah, people are gonna have their opinions about me. And I get a lot of people telling me that I sound like a man hater or whatever the fuck. And it's like, they're literal. I don't know. Like, think whatever you want. Think whatever you want. I'm just calling out misogyny and how it hurts both men and women. Okay? That's it. And some people aren't aware that they have internalized misogyny, and I like to make it clear sometimes, you know? So, whatever. Whatever.
Select your hero.
Oh my god, Chucky with the capybara. What the hell was that gift? Oh my god, thank you.
Select hero bands.
Oh, let me eat. I'm gonna eat my sushi. I'm starting to get like a headache. I feel like I haven't been like hungry lately. Like I've been eating, but I'm not Asian. I'm Colombian and Nicaraguense, guys. I just got like a magic hair straight permit in Korea. And I'm white. I'm a whitewashed Latina.
Now arriving at the Shambali.
But I'm not Asian. But I do take inspiration from like K-pop idols. So that's why like I may give those vibes, but it's just out of like, it's more like out of fascination with the culture and whatnot.
We're in this together.
I know, but it's not good to like, you know what I mean?
All systems fired up.
I'm Latina. Let's not try to get it confused. Because people keep calling me a Korea boo because I like Korean culture.
Boy, am I thankful for snow treads out
But
here.
I'm clearly Latina. I mean, I think I'm just white. I think when I'm whitewashed, when you're whitewashed, sometimes people will assume your ethnicity because they can't really tell based off of whether you have an accent or not because you're just so whitewashed. You know what I mean? And so some people guess my ethnicity, but I feel like it's kind of important not to assume. You know? Don't assume. Just ask me and I'll tell you. Thank you, Cap. Thank you for Chucky for the capybara. Hello, Tank.
Not so fast.
I do have a bit of a headache though. I'm like, I think I was just yapping too much. I think it's because like sometimes a lot of Hispanic people look a certain way. Like throughout my whole entire life, people have always said I look like Filipino. The whole time I'm just Latina, you know? Thank you. I think I might take the desert or something. Diva is Korean. Oh, she is? That's so cool. I did not know that. Hi, Moody. Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable when people say things like that because I'm just like, oh, well, I'm Latina, so. Like, I mean, I take inspiration from like idols and stuff, like K-pop idols and stuff, because I just think they're so cool and beautiful and stuff. But definitely the same old me, just a whitewashed Latina. That's about it, you know. Same old me. I'll always be, I'll always be like, you know, that's not gonna change. But I think it's fine to like be immersed in the culture and like be fascinated by I think that's fine. But I think a lot of people will get the wrong idea if like I let people like say those things. I don't want to be disrespectful because I'm not trying to like be any other ethnicity. I'm just me. But I think like the reason I'm so like fascinated by like Asian culture is because growing up, like I've always lived in America, so I was always surrounded by like other like whitewashed people, you know, and so I feel like I never really had like a culture growing up, even though I'm Colombian. Like I just wasn't born and raised in that actual like hometown, so I feel like I'm kind of like culturally like not involved and also just not accepted because I mean you guys see how they treat us when we're no sabos and stuff like that. Obviously that's not everybody, but they treat us horrible because we're no sabos, you know. And I think it just divides the community, and I've always just not really like that. I feel like it's important, like, but I'm sure that's like in every culture they do that shit, like that shaming culture and shit, but it's like, you never experienced Hispanic culture where it's like, I mean, I was born and raised in America, so like my parents both speak English, but they don't, like they never really taught us the language. You know what I mean? Like, of course I was a part of it growing up because my parents were, right? But like, because we live in America, there was never like an opportunity for us to like spend so much like time together.
The payload is on the move.
And so like I never really like even on conversations like my mom would have with her siblings and stuff, they would always like have to translate it to English because my parents just didn't put enough time into us learning to speak other language, and my parents were always working and getting money, so like they couldn't teach us. Plus I have like 5 siblings. I mean, well, I'm the second oldest of 5, so they just didn't have time. And I think that's the reason why no sabos end up being no sabos, because their parents are not they're not involved because they have too many kids. You know?
This ends now.
I've been in no sabo and Mexicans haven't cared about it. I feel like it's the people who are like just discriminatory because they just, you're not Latina enough or whatever the fuck to their standard or whatever. It's like, okay, like whatever. It's just the bullying culture I hate, but I mean I know it's only some of the people, thankfully, but if you're actively trying to learn on your own, then like I don't see the point in judging other people for not being raised to learn both. But if I do, like if I were to have kids, like I'd make sure that they learn 2 languages. That's why like I wanna get into learning languages better. But yeah. But I think it's like the same thing with like women who are like black, or you know what I mean, like black women get discriminated against a lot because people think that there's one way that black women are supposed to behave or how they're supposed to act, and so when they meet black women who are different and have different culture about them, or have, you know what I mean, or get mad when they get immersed in a different culture or whatever it is, it's because they think that only they're supposed to be like this. It's like stereotypes, which are harmful. I feel like stereotypes are bad because
I'm not a fan of
there's not a one size fit all for different people. Like everybody's unique to their own environment and whatever they grew up in. You know? Plus, it's like, I think what's cool is like I kind of learn on my own, and I learned in high school too. Like if I really didn't want to learn, I wouldn't have taken Spanish. I would have taken like French or something. But because Spanish is like the second most common language in California, we definitely learned it in high school, but not like enough for me to be fluent. And plus, like, in order to be fully fluent, it's important that you're in part of a space where you're able to practice it every day. When it's like, technically English in California and America is like the most common like language. It's just the most common language. But what I think is really cool about like places like Canada is almost everybody learns French. So like that's their like second language. Everything is like in English and in French. So like French Canadians are, especially in Toronto, like they're multicultural. Like, and I think that's so cool. But I feel like because California is so like, there's a lot of like white people here. A lot of the time, you know, white people don't know multiple, some of them do. Some of them know multiple languages, but it just depends if they put an effort in it. But a lot of the time I feel like in order to be fully fluent, you have to be learning and you have to just be able to live there for a long time where it's like a place where you have to speak that language. You know what I mean? That's why I think like if I ever wanted to fully learn Spanish, I'd have to move to a Spanish speaking country and that's the only language that they speak. Because then I wouldn't be able to actively practice it in a way that like I feel like learning a language is like going to the gym and working out a muscle, and if you're not actively working out that muscle, it's not going to grow and it's not going to function the way you want it to. So that's why I think like for me, I'm gonna know some, but I'm still learning, you know. Oh my god.
This ends now.
You know what I mean? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Recharging.
But yeah, I do get a lot of like hate comments for it and stuff. Because people think I'm not Latina enough. And then they get mad when I get immersed in like Korean culture because I never really felt like the thing is about me is because I was so like because my parents weren't really involved in us learning multiple languages, I never really was able to learn at a young age. Doesn't mean I can't learn now, but I feel like people don't understand how lucky they are when their parents sit down and teach them 2 languages. Like, you know what I mean? You are extremely lucky and you're extremely like privileged because my parents just didn't have time, you know, which sucks because it's kind of like out of my control, you know.
We're in this together.
But also at the same time, it's never too late to learn something. And that's why like I'm actively learning Spanish, and on top of that I want to learn Korean too. And it's not about like me wanting to be Korean, it's about I just want to learn the language because like I think it's so cool when you can go to a foreign country and just be able to speak a whole new different language. Like I just think something's really cool about that. Like it's just I want to do that with most languages. Like every time I want to visit places, like I always try to study beforehand. Like when I go to China, I'm gonna study Chinese, you know. So I don't know, or like even like if I go to like if I go to like a Middle Eastern country or something, and the only language that they speak is like, I don't know. Like, aren't there places where they speak only Arabic? I would love to learn Arabic too. I don't know, it's like, I think learning languages is so fun. And I also think part of the reason why I'm so, like, fascinated by certain cultures is because it's so different than my own. And I find it to be really cool. Like, I don't know. I mean, and a lot of people, like, a lot of Asian people too, like, they love, like, American culture. They love how, on the opposite side of things, how we're able to just speak our minds and have, like, freedom of speech. But no one's over here calling them, like, America, boo. You know what I mean? I think unless I were to get, like, crazy surgery or like try to convince people that I'm a different ethnicity, then that would be obviously bad, right? There's difference between cultural appreciation versus appropriation. As long as you're like approaching cultures in a respectful manner, you know, and it's not from a place of like weird vibes, then I don't know. I think you're fine. The follows.
What am I
I need to
missing?
order groceries, guys. I need to order groceries because I need to get cat litter for Cleo. I need to get one that like doesn't. But yeah, does that make sense?
Got one here.
Ground running.
What are we doing today? We're playing Overwatch. But I think after this game, I'm gonna order some groceries because I need to get Cleo her cat litter and then I need to get her new food before the store's closed. Or I might just wait on the food and get it tomorrow because like she still has some food in her thing. Like she has a lot left. Oop. I'm like, maybe I wait on the food. I'll get the litter at a different store and then yeah, like learning Japanese, learning Korean, like so fun. I don't know. It's just like for me, it's like plus like because the thing is this I'm not even fully like a no but like I know Spanish. I just don't like practice it enough. Because also Spanish is just a beautiful language as well. Yeah. And there's so many different types of like Latino, like Latinx languages. It's not just Spanish. Like there's like Portuguese and oh my god, like all of them are so cool. Like I don't know, I love learning languages. But technically like I already know Spanish, like beginner level, so it's like it's not that I don't know, I just don't practice enough for me to be fully fluent. I feel in order to be fully fluent you need to like practice every day. You know what I mean? Or like live in a place that's like a Spanish speaking country for a long period of time. And both of my parents like they didn't have a choice because my mom lived in Colombia, so she had no choice but to learn Spanish when she was living there. And then my dad, on the other hand, like he was born and raised in California, but his parents only spoke Spanish.
This ends now. Thanks for catching me up.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I think I'm whipping all my shots. Oh my god. Anyway.
I'll have to find a better way to engage.
I'm kind of like overstimulated today. Yeah, this guy like like I just can't believe like some people are just genuinely so weird. Like people are weird to me, chat. People are just really strange. Like I'm just gonna be myself at the end of the day, chat. Like who gives a fuck what these people think, you know?
Enhanced accuracy. This is a leg up.
I got one. I got another one. Okay. That is something I'm working on right now. Heavy mentality. That's exactly what I'm like saying. It's like,
What am I missing?
it's better to
Let's get the payload going.
it's better to look at it from an angle of like, yeah. You're learning constantly. It's okay to be learning, you know? To be learning. You have the floating heart gift here. Hello, Damien. How's it going? I'm about to order some groceries, chat.
Here.
No sweat. Just need a new plan.
Area denied.
I think I deleted the app though, because I was like, I told myself I wasn't gonna order anymore, but it's fine. I'm using a Logitech Brio.
This ends now.
I'm just starting to get a headache, so maybe I need to like order, or maybe I need to get some Excedrin or something.
Deploying explosive.
Might have to
I
adjust.
have some trips as well. Yeah, that conversation was quite exhausting.
We don't have much time here.
And also just like my cat, she like,
This ends now.
I'm gonna need to order some stuff for her. She needs some stuff. I think we're gonna order from Walmart. If I heard Walmart has some good stuff. Ooh, and you know what, guys? Trying to think of like what's been happening lately. Oh guys, I'll tell you about my day today. So I had like a kind of not the best day. I was trying to go to hot yoga, but then I found out they weren't having hot yoga until 5 p.m. and I got there like 11, or no, I got there like 12. Silly, bro.
Got one here. Enemy
Gonna need a
located.
new paint job after this.
And then I was supposed to go to this like Thai restaurant, but then I ended up like driving away too out because I got like I got like sidetracked and I was going to like I asked ChatGPT, and this is why you never ask ChatGPT to tell you where to go. Okay, I learned the hard way. So I told him to like pick a place close to this restaurant that I needed to go to, and then it picked a place 50 minutes out to where I was supposed to be. And I was so angry. But we're gonna do cat litter odor control. Never trust AI, guys.
Play of the game. Let me keep eyes on the sky. Easy. Roughing him up.
And get some cat litter, and then I'm gonna get some fruits. Yeah, no, just never ask ChatGPT for directions. Lesson learned.
Are you surprised?
I'm gonna delete ChatGPT again because that really pissed me. I was angry because I really wanted to go to that like restaurant because I needed to go there for like a performance. It's fine though. Ooh, you know what I want? I want like some brownies or something. Brownies. Yeah, I feel like lately I've been taking like some breaks off from stream. And I'm not gonna lie, I feel really guilty taking breaks. But I feel like I need it because I get overwhelmed really easily with how much like I feel like I deal with mentally. That's why I'm in therapy, but I think what will really help help is if I'm not like on social media all the time and I'm not streaming all the time. And I really want to start like, you know, getting involved with others, you know, like just making more friends, like being out. And it's more so like because I start to realize like when I'm around people so much, it just can feel like sometimes a lot of them are very toxic. And so I'm just like, oh, I hate being around it sometimes. But at the same time, like I notice that it's only when I'm like speaking like my personal mind that I feel people are starting to give like and because like, you know, when you're a girl, it's just harder. I feel like sometimes for people to hear me out and hear my perspective. And so it creates like a really unhealthy environment. And this thing that really stuck with me was like a woman said online, and I'm not sure if I mean obviously I shouldn't like listen to everything I see online, but she said something about how like you can't really be your authentic self when you're always around men. And I started realizing like a lot of my content like it's been around a lot of men, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm saying it's just sometimes unhealthy for me. And I think it's a good thing to have like a break from it because and I want to start trying to learn how to attract more women in the space. But I think it's just harder to for me because I think in order for me to do that, like I just need to be more feminine, you know? And in my feminine energy, you know? And just like do like more fun things like girly stuff, you know? And that's why like I've been trying to vlog more. But I think like it's not like a bad thing that I attract so many men, but at the same time like I just feel like it's not really fulfilling me in the way that like I feel like if I had more of a girl audience, like I'd feel more fulfilled. I'm gonna get some brownies. That's why today I've just been kind of speaking my mind. And I'm totally okay with like losing community members because at this point I'm just kind of like fed up and I'm like I feel like it's not that I can't attract like women in this space. I think it's about what I tolerate. Like I think that in order for me to attract more women, I need to just be my authentic self. Like I just need to speak my mind. And I've been feeling like I have been attracting more girls here and there. Just being myself, you know, and but obviously it is a challenge. I'm just ordering some groceries real quick, guys. I'm just deleting all the stuff that I don't need because there's a bunch of like random stuff on here. I'm gonna get mangoes though. Yeah, that's kind of how I've been feeling lately. It's just like I've been feeling kind of like I just need to be me. Like I just need to be myself because hey, the reality is I am a feminist. And a lot of men don't like feminists, so which I think is kind of funny because they don't even understand like what feminism even means. Like their little puny brains can't even comprehend. Some of them, not all, but you know what I mean. Like it's more so about like protecting women and creating equal opportunities for women and just making women feel protected. Like, and I'm more of a man than they are by, you know, doing the things I do, speaking out for women and stuff. They can't even say they're a real man at that point because like I'm outmanning them at this point. But I think what I really want to do, what I really want to work on is it's not about completely eliminating my male fan base. It's more so like I don't even like calling you guys fans, more like supporters. it's not about completely eliminating male supporters. It's about changing the vibe, making the vibe feel like an inclusive space for men that are good men, not just the men that are like obsessed and entitled to women, but the ones who actually respect women and are chill vibes, and they're actually really sweet, you know, good men to women and stuff. And and then I think another thing that's kind of like what I think about is like, I think I want to do like, okay, I'm getting my guy phrase, yay, it's coming soon. We're getting from Walmart, and Walmart's pretty inexpensive. It wasn't that bad. But yeah, and I got some sweet treat as well. It's not about like eliminating the male fan base. It's about like changing the dynamic and changing it so that way like more women feel welcomed here and more women feel uplifted here. And that's why like I think I need to work on being in my feminine, because I feel like in order to attract women, like I need to stop feeling so much in my masculine. I need to be in my feminine. And I need to be funnier, because comedy attracts women as well as like healthy men. Healthy men love comedy. And healthy men and healthy women love comedy. But there have been some like really nasty hate comments from women. It's a lot more rare, but it's not about like just attracting women. It's about attracting like good women, good men, you know? And I think that comes with like, it starts with me, like working on my inner, you know, like I've said a lot of things on here where I'm like, nah, but we need to stand up for justice and stuff. And like, I do feel that way. But at the same time, I think when it comes to misogyny and stuff like that, there was a girl in my chat the other time, and I didn't want to take her word, and I didn't want to listen to her when she was saying, oh, but just don't give them any energy and stuff like that, because I tend to read it as like, as an attack to like them not wanting to validate my experience. But then I realized like, I can't be so, you know, defensive, you know? I need to learn how to control my emotions, so that way I'm somebody that people want to be around, you know, and not always defensive. Like, when it comes to misogynists, just block them and move on, you know? Like, I don't even think, like, sometimes, like, I should even make these nasty comebacks at them, even if it's kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, I think that I need to stop, like, just feeding their energy and feeding their, you know what I mean? And then maybe that girl was right, you know, when she was coming in my chat and saying that, and like, sometimes I think about how like maybe I lose some good viewers by not knowing how to like navigate that without feeling like my feelings are being invalidated or whatever. I think it's like definitely a tricky thing to navigate, but what do you guys think? Do you think that you should always just let things slide when it comes to haters, or do you think that it's fair that I speak out against, you know, I don't think there's any right answer. I think it's situational, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Or am I tripping? I don't know. But that's why like I've been in therapy, so that way I can work on myself and learn how to like regulate myself. And I'm gonna ask my therapist about this and see what she says. Just be yourself. Don't let anybody tell you any wrong. Yeah. Hello, Iggy. How's it going? And like honestly, I totally get it. I totally get like why, you know, I have certain people like, you know, liking me and stuff. Like,
You're important if you think you are. Be yourself.
okay, thank you for the super chat. I think I just need to work on like just ignoring, you know, the hate comments and stuff, and just blocking people, you know, when they say some weird stuff, so that way it's like a safe place, so that way there's no misogyny and there's no bad vibes, you know. You feel me? Y'all feel me, chat? I just hope that like I work on myself to the point where like that type of shit is I just want to be like unbothered by it. Like I'm over like giving it my energy, you know? Because I feel like it drains me. And I feel like sometimes I'll come from streams and I'll be like, oh, no, like, what? Am I being a bad streamer? Like, you know? But at least I'm thinking about it. Like, at least I'm thinking about what I can do to be less, like, reactive and more about, like, okay, this guy's a piece of shit. Let me block this guy, you know? And then just move on. But I just feel like my feelings are just so much more complicated than that. And I'm just, like, more of a person with, like, depth. And it's hard to understand. Especially if you don't, like, deal with certain things. But at the same time, like, I want to be able to be on stream and, like, not feel like my mood is easily disrupted, you know? I want to learn how to, you know, just not even let it affect me at all. But that's so challenging. Like, I don't even know how people do that. Like, I just can't. Like, especially when people are, like, harassing me sexually. Like, I just can't, man. Like, it's all bad. Or, like, even just misogynistic comments. Like, I just can't. I can't. Because I feel like when people just stay stagnant, it's like, then what are we doing to change it? You know, like, I think it's important, like, I speak out sometimes. But then there's times where I'm like, okay, maybe I just let it go. Like, maybe it's not worth giving my energy to them. Like, maybe they're never going to change, you know? I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough back and forth. Yeah, I can understand that. Misogyny is so bad to deal with, yet nobody wants to hear about it. Like, they don't want to know where they had others fucked up at. Exactly. Like, and it's... In some ways, I feel like speaking up about it can kind of filter out your community. But then, at some points, I'm just like, is it even worth it to, like, speak up about it? I just kind of feel drained. But at the same time, like, maybe there's, like, a good equal balance of, like, choosing when to speak up versus when not to. Blocking them is completely valid, but maybe just work on ignoring the little... No, yeah, I think, like, hate comments for sure. Like, those are easy to ignore. Or, like, the ones that are about, like, viewer count or whatever. Like, those ones are easy to ignore because it's like, okay, that's not a definition of who I am. You know, it's just a metric, you know? It's not a definition, but... It's not, you know, and it's bad to, like, think of things so superficially, you know? Some people are here for the journey, not for the, you know... Yeah, but it's like... But I do feel like calling it out can, like, help other people. I don't know. But the thing is, I feel like about misogyny is, like, I don't think people care to know how their, like, mindset hurts others. Because, like, they're just okay with it. Like, they tolerate it, you know?
Select your hero.
I feel like having boundaries is good. But I think that, like, not letting it affect my emotions is where I feel like I'm struggling. I'd rather women who call it out than to let men think it's okay to seem different. No, exactly. That's what I think about a lot. And maybe that's why, like, I need to keep speaking out. But just remember, like, when it comes to things that, like, I shouldn't give my energy, just don't. Don't even give it, you know? Or if I am gonna give it energy, then just be like, well, that was rude, or like, that was uncalled for, you know? Like, just not... What is it called? Like, don't let it be like...
Welcome to Rialto.
Like, don't tolerate it. But also sometimes it's like, I'll have days where I don't even want to speak about it, or like, you know? But it is something that I'm passionate about. Like, I think that more people, if they got educated on how misogyny affects others, they would also want to passionately, like, speak up about it too. But the thing is, though, I think about some streamers is they will benefit off of the fact that, like, some of y'all, like deep down, this is probably how I speak is how most girls in my position feel, but they won't say it because they probably know they can make money off of you, and they will, like, use it to their advantage sometimes. But I don't think money is worth compromising who you are deep down inside. I feel like sometimes it's good to just be yourself, you know?
5, 4, 3.
And I feel like I just don't, I can't with, like, it's just horrible. Isn't feminism a form of misogynist for women? No, because misogyny, it has more cultural depth. Like, women at one point didn't get to have an option to vote, you know? And if they didn't have the option to vote, then I mean, I'm not saying misandry can't exist, it definitely can, but it's definitely at a lower scale because you guys weren't the one who were able to, like, not able to vote, or you guys weren't the one who needed to marry a man in order to have a bank account back in the day. So it's like, feminism isn't a form of misogyny or a form of hatred. I don't know what this guy's trying to say, but it is not a form of, it shouldn't, like, dismantling misogyny is just about dismantling discrimination against women. That's what it is. It's not about hating men, but because a lot of men, I feel like nowadays, are not educated on it, they see it as, you know, they see it as just plain hatred and that we just want all of them to be gone. But it's like, that's not the truth, you know? We just want them to work on themselves. That's literally it, you know? That way they can create spaces and opportunity to make women feel included and make them feel like they're allowed to be they're respected in the space too. And I think that's in gaming especially, like, that's why we have people like Diddy, because money was more important. Not really, unless it isn't selective feminism. Yeah, I feel like if someone were only a feminist when it benefits them, then that's harmful, because it's like, I think feminism is more so just about bringing opportunity to women than it is about, like, hurting men. But if people are using feminism as a way to just hurt men, then that's, like, I think that's strange. And that's not at all, like, my viewpoint on feminism, you know? My viewpoint on feminism is about making women feel included in spaces and calling out men's behavior that isolates and segregates women from opportunity. That's my version of what I think. And that's why I like it. But if you're a feminist, it doesn't mean that you hate all men and you wish they would all die. Like, that's horrible. You don't think that. That's not what I think. I think there's a difference between, like, that is what you would call a misandrist. A misandrist is someone who just wants all of them to be gone, right? And that's not the case at all. I don't think that's gonna help us. I think that it would help if we could just teach them. I know it's a pain in the arse, and some women don't even want to teach the men, but, like, and that's why, like, I think that's what's so powerful about women choosing good men. And sometimes it's hard to detect, so I don't blame women for choosing the wrong man, but I do get mad at them if they stay. Because if you know something is bad for you, you shouldn't stay. But if it takes you 6 years, if it takes you 10 years, if it takes you whatever, at least leave situations where you know, like, that man isn't gonna be a good father to his daughter. You know, because you gotta make sure they, you know, look out for your future daughter, you know. That's how I feel. And I think a lot of women have a lot of, like, strength and power in the choices that they make and the choices of who they want to be around. That's why, like, I like streaming, because I can have a choice to ban people who I feel are obviously extremely disrespectful to me and don't at all, you know, represent, like, what I believe in, you know? And, like, I think it's important to have people around you who, like, have similar values, stuff like that.
Time for the reckoning. We're outnumbered. Watch yourselves.
And it's just, that's why I think we need to start teaching women to stand up for themselves and to leave men that are obviously not trying to improve themselves or trying to be, like, the best version of themselves. And that's why we'll get the loneliness male epidemic, because if they can never take accountability, then that's the consequence of their actions, you know? If you, I think there's extremists on all ends of the spectrum, like an Andrew Tate on the men's side and a woman that says all men are bad. Well, I mean, I don't think saying all men are bad is necessarily like something that is like. I think when women say that, it's more so about they feel like it's all men. Because in a way, I feel like it's not all men, but it is the fact that a lot of men tolerate those men, and that's why they go on to do bad things. So I think that's where it comes from. That's how you can try to like understand that mindset.
Might have to adjust my approach.
I hate when women pick bad men, but they stay with them when they see red flags. And honestly, it is a way too common thing, because I feel like nowadays, especially with like what happens to women, especially like what happened with Celeste, she is an example of David. Like David makes men look like normal average men. Makes them look like superstars. Like he is a Prince Charming, you know. But the reality is the standards I feel like are on the floor, and it is I feel like it's everybody's like fault in this situation, like. But I feel like especially because she was a minor, like she couldn't really decide, you know. I feel like it wasn't her fault in that situation at all. Like it was just it was a matter of like she was just around a really bad man. You know, it's really sad because it makes them think it's okay because they tolerate it. Exactly. And I think that if everyone just comes along and like learns to stop certain, you know, generalizations. Like I do think generalizations are harmful, and I think that if everybody like tries to hear each other's perspectives out, then we will like be better. And then everybody will
In
exist
Western
happy.
societies, women have achieved legal equality and feminism is no longer necessary, or that it now acts against men's interests.
Do you need wings to fly, or are they just?
Well, I mean, the thing is though, it's like I think my version of feminism is I think that women should be able to do what they want, because if the roles were reversed and men could benefit from certain things, I feel as though they would do it in a heartbeat. Like if they could never get married, or let's say if they had a choice to marry, if you ask like a man what kind of man would he marry, he will probably choose like somebody that you guys don't want to become. Like if you were a woman and you could choose what man you would want to be with, and you were a woman, you would probably choose who you want to choose because it's what makes you happy, right? And so I think what's wrong with like certain people is they get mad that women have certain standards, and then they use that as fuel to never take accountability for their own actions and for the reasons why women are not interested in that. And so instead of understanding what feminism is, they turn it into, well, they use it as performative, like, and they use it to benefit them. Like I had a man be like, well, isn't feminism about like women also splitting the bills because he didn't want to buy me an In-N-Out burger? And I'm just not that kind of woman that you can take me on a date and not pay for my meal. If you do that, I'm never seeing you again. Like, and in this situation, I was already in too deep because I had gotten emotionally invested in this man.
I'm not a fan of
And so I didn't know any better. Well, I didn't know better, but I went and I tried to make excuses for him in my head. Thankfully, I'm out of that situation now. But it's things like that where men will be like, oh yeah, I'm a feminist, but only when it's convenient for me. You know? And I find that to be very weird because it's like, it's performative and you don't actually care about like what women want and what makes them happy, you know? And they think that a girl's girl is negative, yeah. This game is Overwatch. I mean, the Western side hasn't done everything because a lot of people still have these like weird ways of feeling towards women and stuff, so I don't know. I feel like I think as long as you like marry and date people that like are actually compatible with you and you're just honest about what you want and stuff, then I think that you'll just naturally be around the right people. I think me and that guy just weren't compatible because he wanted something out of the relationship that I didn't, and it just wasn't compatible in all ways, you know? And so sometimes that happens. But I think what's interesting about like certain men that are on me is like, you know, they'll claim feminism, but then they'll claim that they're, you know, they understand women and that they get it, and but they don't actually like. But then when it comes to like doing something that inconveniences them, like buying a girl's burger, like all of a sudden they don't want to do it. Like, are you serious? Like, how do you expect a woman to want to be with a man like that who doesn't want to budge when it comes to providing for certain things? Like, I think women really appreciate when a man steps up and does certain things. But I mean, everybody's allowed to have their different standards and stuff. You know what I mean? Oh my god, I'm catnapped. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, I'm a feminist, but you gotta pay half of the dinner bill. If a guy ever makes me pay for half of the dinner bill, I learned my lesson. I'm not about to be involved with that. I'm good. But that's just me. Every girl's different. You know, there might be a girl out there who wants that, but I don't know. I had a guy tell me one time, like, I told him some of my standards and they weren't even that bad. And then he's like, you're never gonna find a boyfriend. I was like, okay, good, because I never planned to date majority men anyways. I plan to date one man who's gonna end up being my husband, and he's not gonna argue with me on what my standards are like you are right now. Wasting my time, wasting my damn time, wasting my damn energy. I'm good, bro. And the thing is that I think men don't think about too is like, sorry, not all men, but like certain men, they don't think about how like, have you ever thought about like how some women don't want to have kids or get married? Like some girls are gonna be okay with just being on their own. Rose comparing people online to people IRL. No, I'm not.
Play of the game.
You should want to pay half. I don't want to. No. The thing about me is if a man ever expects me to pay half on anything, unless it's like, of course, his birthday gift, of course I'm gonna pay for that. Or like, of course I'm gonna do certain things, especially for Boyfriend's Day. Of course I'm gonna do that. But if a man ever makes me pay for anything, we're friends. And if you think it's shallow, then then let me ask you a question. If you, as a man, would you ever date a woman who's not attractive to you? Deadass. Just answer that one question. The answer probably is no. So why should I, if it's gonna make you happy that you want to be with a woman who is beautiful and who takes care of herself, gets her nails done, does her hair, does her skincare, puts a lot of effort into the way she looks and the way she dresses, if that's what's gonna make you happy, who am I to say you don't deserve that? If you work hard enough, I do believe men will deserve that one day. Because that just means us are materialistic. Does it make a man only dating women he's attracted to materialistic? Or does it make him honest about what he wants? Because why would you sit there and try to convince yourself that you're attracted to someone when you're obviously not? If there's something that you want, you should be able to go out there and get it. As long as you work hard for it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think if you work hard for it, then don't you think it would be way better anyways? I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. There's no reason why one person should carry the relationship. Well, that's how you think. And that's okay. You are allowed to think that way. I'm just saying, for me personally, I would never be with a man like that who thinks I have to pay for his meals. I'm good. But that's just me. That's what I want, because I know deep down that's what's gonna make me happy. You know what I'm saying? And so, and that's what the beauty is. The beauty is, what's my reasoning? Okay, I'll give you my reasoning. I don't think there's a point in ever dating a man if you're not gonna have kids. And how much does it cost to have a kid? When you go to an adoption center, how much money do you need to earn? How much do both parents need to earn in order to have kids? If you can't even afford to adopt a child, why the fuck are you getting involved with me and risking my body, my time, my energy, about to knock me up? And then you're mad that I care about finances, when it's like, if a man doesn't make enough to adopt a child and he doesn't want to be generous towards me, then he is not the man for me. Not my man. I'm good. Deep down, you want someone that can carry you. Deep down, what I want is a man who's financially stable, because I am not going to waste my time with a man who says he's going to figure it out one day and he never does. I'm not going to gamble my children's future on some weirdo man that has to insult me in order to make me feel little, because he can't afford to influence me to like him. So guess what he has to do? He has to insult me. He has to manipulate me. He has to make me feel bad for my standards in order for me to lower them, so that way he can get a chance with me. But guess what? He's angry. That's why he's arguing with me right now. He's angry that I won't lower my standards for him. He's angry because he can't step up. He doesn't want to step up. And I'm not going to be with someone who's going to waste my time. That's it. Not anymore. I tried it, guys. I did. But those type of men are just not for me. Not my cup of tea. You think sitting on your ass is okay? I'm the top 8% of Twitch streamers, by the way. I have built a platform across all of my social platforms. I've built over 800,000 followers. And you know, on my main platform, I have 500k followers. Now, numbers aren't everything, but the statistics definitely prove something. And you want to know something about my main profile? I have over 70% women on my main TikTok platform. Now, that's a very hard demographic to have. So let's say I was only successful, to your knowledge, because I'm sitting on my ass all day. Am I really sitting on my ass though? Or am I being strategic about building a business and rage baiting men, because I'm good at that, and I've noticed that rage baiting is the new way to blow up as a streamer. Just kidding. No, this is actually who I am though. And I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting that. I don't think anything's wrong with wanting a provider man. It's not delusion. This guy thinks by insulting me that he's gonna make me change my mind. The craziest part is, there's nothing wrong with wanting a provider. It's not materialistic if your love language is gift giving. I'm not trying to convince you to be a provider man. But I'll be honest, I think a lot of women who really love themselves prefer that. But notice how, guys, notice how this guy had to insult me in order to try to get a reaction out of me and get attention from me. It's because men like that will always try to make excuses for their shortcomings. They will always try to ask you what you bring to the table, because they never thought women were valuable enough to just provide for to begin with. And so they don't want to do that. And some of you guys don't really know what love is, because a lot of people bring up love in this situation. Thank you, Baked, for the gifts. A lot of you guys bring up love, and you act as if love is a feeling that just exists in your mind that you need to have for somebody. But did you guys know that love is actually an action? For some people, love is an action. When you go out of your way to make a choice to give yourself a better life, to get yourself financially stable, to put yourself out there, to get opportunities, you are loving yourself. through actions. And so when I meet a man who provides for me, his love, the way I receive love is through actions. That's the way I receive love. And what's crazy is as soon as I got out of a bad relationship where I was putting a lot more effort than I was receiving, and I felt like this guy wouldn't go out of his way. He wasn't excited to meet me anymore. He wasn't excited, because we just weren't compatible. He wanted a 50-50 woman who he could control, and I wanted to be with a man who provides for me. Even though I have my own stuff going on, and I could go 50-50 with a man if I wanted to. But the whole point is it's not about not being able to. It's about, that's just what I want. And most girls that have their shit figured out, I feel like they want a man who's like that, because it just feels good to be provided for in that way. It feels like security. It feels like you can finally rest in your feminine, and you're not going back and forth with a man who's trying to degrade you and saying that all you're doing for your job is sitting. When it's like, am I really just sitting all day though?
You are wonderful.
What about all the behind the scenes content that you guys don't see? Like, what about all the work that it takes behind the scenes? I'm not saying my job is labor intensive. Like, obviously I'm sitting down, and my job is way better than a 9-to-5 job. It's better than a construction job for sure. But are you saying I never had to do anything to earn this spot? Ooh. Let me guess. You think that I'm only successful because of the way I look. Aw, classic misogynist, you know? And what's crazy about that is I have the little stats to prove otherwise. I have stats on my main channel that I have over 70% women. And yeah, sure, I get simps here and there, but there are men out there who also get simps. There's nothing wrong with that. And whatever. Like, some of these people are just, you know, they're just trying to be manipulative because girls will never give them a chance unless they gaslight them into wanting them. So, that's not my problem. And I'm at a point where it's like, do you think women can actually go 50-50 with a husband, like if they're having kids? Honestly, it depends the woman, and it depends her job. Thank you, Strike, for the 100 bits, by the way. Sorry, I totally ignored it. I was kind of like finishing a thought there, but I'm actually genuine. This is genuine. I genuinely, I don't believe that I deserve a man who's gonna ever make me have to pay for a bill. Like, when it comes to going out, like, on dates and stuff, for sure. If it comes to, like...
So you won't be with a man that makes less than you?
Oh, 100% not. 100% not. I don't think that it's a flex to have lower standards. I think that if you're willing to take a woman who doesn't have everything together, well, that's your choice. But it's not a flex to have low standards. And I think if he's not... I'm sorry, just no. No. And no. I'm not the man in the relationship. I don't think that me providing financially for a man is... That's not me being in my feminine. That's me being in my masculine. And in order for me to feel in my feminine, I like to be around men who want to pay for things and want to, you know, take care of me. And it's not even about the money. It's about the resources that come with money. It's about... And it's not even all about money. That's the thing. Is like, I've met men who are rich and I curve them because some of them don't have like emotional intelligence. So it's not only that I have that standard, but I also have a standard on emotional intelligence. A guy could be rich, but he doesn't work on his emotional intelligence, then I would not be able to be emotionally compatible with him. And maybe to some people my standards are very outlandish, but after I got out of a toxic relationship, there was a man that came into my life that I had no romantic, nothing romantic happened between me and him. He just provided for me without even blinking. He didn't even, you know, he just did the most. And I really appreciate it. because it shows that he actually really values men, and it's not just value men, but he values women a lot. And it's not just about like trying to get me to be romantical with him. It's about he just likes the way he can make women feel and they're feminine. And if you were the same type of man who had all the money in the world or whatever, it's not even about having all the money, but just having enough to provide. To some men, it's something that genuinely makes them happy that they're able to do that for you. And they look forward to it. And I think it's the same thing with like providing for your family. Like if you are working a job to one day like hopefully provide for your family and the people around you, then what are you doing it for? You know? Isn't that the whole point of like working hard? Is to like invest in the people that you love and let them have a comfortable and happy life. I feel like, especially if kids get involved, no, I'm not doing 50-50 with the man. But let's say he got cancer one day and we were married. Of course, I would step up to the plate. But he would have enough financial backing for us, for me, to be able to live comfortably and put that money into a business or put that into something, you know? So I feel like the type of person who I'm not 100% ready for a relationship yet. I feel like I'm still working on myself, but if I were to be in a relationship, that's the type of relationship I'd be in. And I've already had like people do that for me.
Well, I wish you all the luck in the world.
So it's not like it's impossible. I feel like people act like my standards are super crazy, but it's not like I'm saying they need to make millions of dollars. It's more so about making enough so that way, like, if we were to have kids, we would be able to afford it. Because why get into a dating relationship where you're putting a woman's body at risk for her to one day get pregnant and then not have your shit together? It's not even about me that I want a man for him to provide. It's about I'm looking after my future kids and the future bloodline. But why would I want them to start out in poverty when I can be with a man who's already put together that's going to make sure that we start out not in poverty? And then I'm here, I'm building skills. I'm trying my best to build a business. So that way, let's say the money does come into the picture, I'm ready to invest in it. I'm ready to, you know what I mean? So that way, because like I also think men should also have high standards when it comes to who the woman that they date. So long as they, you know, like go around people that are similar to you know? Because who said I wasn't a provider myself? Like, I also consider myself, like, I have the mentality of a provider. And so that's just what I want, because that's just what I want to attract. I feel as if I'm a provider in a lot of different ways. And I don't have to explain myself to these weird men that don't even know who I am, and they're trying to make out who I am and say, oh, but do you cook? Oh my god, like, just say you don't value, like, so weird. Anyway. Of course I know how to cook, like, and if a man were to do all that, that's something I would not mind doing. I actually really love cooking. And I think if a woman doesn't want to cook and she would rather a 50-50 relationship, that is totally up to her. And that's what I mean by feminism. I think that feminism is about women being able to choose whether or not they want 50-50 or they prefer a man who's, you know, not 50-50 and has more, like, authority in terms of, like, you know what I mean? But I also think that people need to, like, understand that, yeah, I know the dangers in meeting a man who has everything financially taken care of. Like, some of them can use it in a negative way. But that's why money isn't the only standard that I have. Another big one is emotional intelligence and understanding that him financially providing for me doesn't equal entitlement. It equals he's providing for his family and I'm gonna do the best to make a house a home, you know? That's just how I believe in. but it's not about controlling the woman. It's about giving her stuff so she can, you know, invest in herself, and then also just like it just puts women in their feminine, and women are in their feminine. I feel like they're just so much more like happy, and they are able to build a home because they have a safe haven where they can build it. And that's how I know like the past partners that I was with were not for me, because they were not willing to step up. They had very like black and white thinking when it came to, oh, I'm never going to be able to buy a home. Oh, I'm never going to be able to provide a safe place. Because I wasn't even asking for like a fancy mansion. I just wanted a place where, you know, you can build a family. That's it. And I would, you know what I mean? And I think what's interesting is like in certain cultures, some men before even courting women would have to show that they have enough, that they were able to build stuff and be able to do stuff for a woman. You know, back in the day, like in certain cultures, like in order to be able to get a woman's hand in marriage, was you had to prove to the family that you were a suitable mate that could provide a good solid future for her to be able to give birth. And because when you're giving birth and when you have children, it's a very vulnerable state. You cannot work like regular job, and you can't, you know, do a lot of things because your hormones are going to be all fucked up. You know, you're not going to be in the right state of mind. And so for men to feel so entitled and be like, oh, well, what do you bring to the table? You are willing to let a woman risk her body, and you're willing to let her suffer because you don't want to step up to the plate like that. I think it's just what a coward would do and what a coward would say, because he's intimidated and he doesn't think he has the potential to reach like newer heights and step up. But the reality of life is life is what you make it, you know. And if you go about life always feeling like this lack mindset that you're never going to meet a man like that, well, then that's exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get people based off of a lack mindset, and usually you don't get people that are valuable off of like a lack mindset. When you're around people that are actually valuable, you work for it. You know, you repair and you try to manage those relationships. You don't just throw it all away because you can't step up. You actively try to uplift yourself, you know? But there's certain people in life where they don't want to bud. They don't want to ever like step up and stuff. And so they just make excuses for their actions. And that's exactly the type of people that they're going to surround themselves with. You know what I mean? And in my opinion, like based on the decisions you make, I feel like that's exactly the type of people you're going to be surrounded by in the future. So if you want to be around successful people, then you're always going to be challenged in having to level up your own personal growth, and also having to level up as a human being in general. Like, you're going to have to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, okay, what is it about me that is not attractive? Like, what can I do to work on myself and be a better person? Because do you think that's why it's lonely when you reach a success? Because a lot of people aren't willing to face themselves, and that's all that they need. That's all they need in order to be
red heart emoji.
Red heart emoji. Red heart emoji. All they need to do is literally all they need to do is just face themselves, because you are literally the key to your own success, but you just don't see it because you have a lack mindset. So that gives you 10% to choose from. And I'm okay with that, because I also am okay with the idea of growing too old and not being able to have kids at all. Because there's so much love in my life that doesn't have to do with romance, that doesn't have to do with having kids. I have amazing friends and amazing family that is omega huge, that if I ever feel lonely, I can knock on my so many different sisters, all their doors, So am I really out of love? Am I really going to be unfulfilled if I don't end up in a marriage and with kids? There's a lot of people on a Reddit thread who regret having kids. I don't know if I want to be that person. I want to make sure if I end up having kids, it is with somebody who is secure and stable and who has a growth mindset on life. Not somebody who is okay with where they're at and staying stagnant and doing nothing about it to grow. Because at the end of the day, I'm not the one who's going to be benefiting from being in a marriage and being... In fact, I'm actually risking my body and risking the way that my body looks. I'm risking my future. I'm risking the fact that, you know, even in childbirth, some women can die. So I'm literally risking my life. And I don't know, I feel like sometimes things like that just, you know, for some women, it's not going to be worth it. And there's going to be women that aren't going to have kids. Until serious work is done on that man and his inner work, that's when she will think about being with that guy. And some girls will go for potential, which is totally fine, as long as you can see in that man that he has a growth mindset. I think that's fine. But I mean, I don't know. I think that if I want to be like a good example to women nowadays, like, I need to be able to choose something that's gonna be good for me. And I'm not saying that like I can't reach success on my own or I can't get money on my own. Like, I mean, I definitely can. Like, I'm still figuring it out, so I'm definitely doing it, you know? But at the same time, give her the gifts. At the same time, I know that there's gonna be like a lot of people who are gonna judge my standards, but I honestly don't care because my life isn't about living for other people, it's about living for me. And I think that, I mean, there are literal like multi-million-dollar companies built so women look more attractive for you guys. And you're over here getting mad that I want a woman, or that I want a man who has money. When it's like, it's not even about wanting the money, it's more so about, it's looking out for the future of my kids. And I'm not gonna pick a man who, I'm not gonna pick a man who doesn't have a growth mindset. Like, and I feel like in order to reach success and in order to reach money and all that, you need to have like a growth mindset. Like, how do you think some people built like certain companies? Is because they had like a growth mindset around it, you know? Kids can't live on average money. I mean, they could, but why would I want to give my kids an average life when I know that I can give them better? So is it really about me being shallow and selfish if I'm thinking about other people and not just myself? I mean, of course I'm thinking about myself because I care about myself, but, you know, I'm also thinking about the future of my kids because I don't want them to start out on an average playing field when they can be brought into a world where they are not starting at ground zero. They are starting in a position where they're able to live a good life. And you never see the kids that have that opportunity and have access to resources. You never see them complaining about what an amazing life that they've lived. You never see them complaining about that they were able to be exposed to so many different opportunities and so many different extracurriculars at a young age. In fact, they're extremely grateful that their parents stepped up in the way that they did. And my advice to you is, if you don't want your kids to end up developing mental health issues due to poverty, or you don't want your kids to end up resenting you, it's not to say that people who live average lives or live below their means, or whatever it is, like living in poverty, it's not to say that they can't all of a sudden come to success. They definitely can. But I'm just saying that I wouldn't want to gamble on my future. And that's why I'm going to make sure that I pick a good person moving forward, who is somebody that will meet my standards. And you never see people that have those resources. You never see them complaining about it because they are kids. They are given a place where they're nurtured. They're given a place where they're able to do things. Poverty isn't the average. Well, I'm just saying that you shouldn't want a relationship with a woman knowing that you might get her pregnant and you can't even go out and adopt a child, because that just doesn't make any sense. You're basically guaranteeing that you guys end up in poverty, because do you know how expensive having a child is? Do you know how expensive childbirth is? Why would you ever risk that for yourself and risk that for her if you knew that you weren't in the financial situation to be able to afford that? You're basically doing things out of selfishness. You're doing things because you just want it. You're doing it because, oh, the idea of having a kid seems fun. It's like those people who adopt dogs because they just like the idea of having a dog. Not because they want to be a good parent to that dog and actually give it a good life. There are people who get dogs just because they like the aesthetics, because they think it's gonna fulfill them, when in the reality is a dog and a cat, they're both beings that deserve nurturing, and you cannot just have those beings in your proximity if you feel like it's just for the idea of it. So I don't believe that people who are poverty, I think that it's not about being rich, it's about being able to go to an adoption center and be able to afford an adoptee. If you can afford an adoptee, then you go ahead, have your child. That's when you know you're ready. Go to an adoption center, get your finances checked out. If you cannot afford to adopt a child, then you do not have any reason to be putting your body and that woman's body at risk. Now let's say you guys are using heavy contraceptives, or one person has gotten their tubes tied. Then that's the only other reason I feel like maybe you can go and do whatever the fuck you want. As long as you guys are practicing safe sex, then go ahead, by all means, go and have your fun. But like, what type of life are you living if it's not with intention, you know? Are you really even living a life that's for a good thing, or is it because it's out of selfishness, you know? A lot of people see my standards and they see it as like, you just want money. And it's not even about money, it's about being able to provide a safe haven where I can even feel comfortable like wanting to have kids with that man. And the thought of having a child at an age or when I'm not ready, it gives me literal chills all over my body. That's what I'm afraid about, is having a child before I'm ready. And I think for a lot of men it's a lot easier because you guys are not giving up your body and giving up 9 months of your life carrying a whole entire being in your belly, and so it's easy for you. It's easier for you to figure out something else. Like, all you have to do is just get money. Like, that's, I mean, obviously it's not easy, but why even put yourself in a position to have a child knowing it's not going to be easy? Why wait until the last minute to be prepared to have a child when they deserve better than that? They deserve a parent who's going to plan it out and who's going to pick accordingly. That's what develops mental health issues, when you're not ready and you have children. Because that even means, like, for mental well-being, if you decide to parent your child in a way that is harmful to their upbringing, it can make real damages onto their life. Whether you are super passive or super authoritative, they both can cause a lot of harm to a child. And I just think it's important to bring awareness to it, because you do realize men are locked in for 18 years, and all you have to do is sacrifice your money in a society that's built for you to succeed. You just need to stop looking at life as like something that you are a victim of. You need to start looking at it like, what can I do? How can I create opportunities for my family? Don't wait until the last minute. It's about taking accountability. And yeah, you're locked in, but are you sacrificing your body for 9 months? Are you going to be able to not work for 9 months? No. And that doesn't even count the postpartum depression and all of the things, all of the side effects that come with giving birth. All you gotta do is bust your nut. That's literally all you gotta do. And you're over here complaining that you have to work hard to provide for your family. Like, that's not, then I personally don't think it's a good idea that you have kids until you're ready. But it's not saying you can never have kids. I'm just saying you should just wait until you're ready. And you should prepare for it. What's wrong with me mentioning that you should prepare for it? If you can't go to an adoption center and you can't have your finances checked out, and for you to be able to adopt a child, then what is the point of putting a woman's body at risk, putting your future at risk too, if you can't even afford it? It's like when you go and you adopt a dog. They literally check your finances. What's so wrong with a woman worrying about your finances when the society is not built for women to have equal opportunities? I am the exception because I live in a democratic state where people fight for my rights. I live in a city. I live in a state and in a city where they actively fight for my rights, and they fight for me to have equal opportunities. That's why I am the exception to the rule. But there's a lot of women out there who don't have the same opportunities that you men have. And so that's why I think men should be providers. But it's not saying that women can't come to success or can't come to a position where they can provide. But I think both should be providers. I think that men and women should be providers. That's what I think. In their own ways, right? And I think that if you want to keep avoiding the inevitable, which is taking accountability, then you're just going to only be around... You're only going to be around people who don't care and who don't take accountability. And I feel like there's nothing wrong with caring about who you decide to be with for the rest of your life. I have people tell me that my job is not a job every single day. When I do my taxes every year. Like a law-abiding citizen. But you realize that the reason I'm even able to sit here, have a PC with peripherals over $3,000, and be able to sit here and have my own platform and be able to build that, is because my parents provided for me. They provided for me to go to a good school. They provided for me to get a good education. And maybe they didn't give me everything, but I do think that they did the most with what they had. And they were good. They were good parents. Like, obviously there's some moments where I wasn't good, but I mean, you think I would be in the position I am today if I didn't have parents that provided for me? It's the bare minimum, you know? And so, what makes you think that it's not even about being lucky? It's about the fact that my parents put me in a very good position. They put me in a very good city where I have rights. But obviously America's going to shit, so who knows when I'll still have rights, but I have rights here. So a woman should provide as well, correct? Yes, I do agree they should provide. But I think that women have different advantages in the world that are different than men. I think that they have the advantage of getting educated and learning how to nurture and learning how to build. But I think the reason why I want a man to provide for me is because I want him I just think that that's how I feel like. That's just my standards personally. But I think that I don't judge people who want 50-50. I think that that's your life. I mean, okay, I can't say I don't judge them because I do judge them a little bit. That's just because like that's what I don't want for me, and I kind of want to stay away from that. I just think it helps me filter out all the men that like try to take advantage of me. And I think that when a woman is also very pretty, I think that she needs an extra level of providing for, because the kids that she's going to have in this world deserve protection. And you can't really protect children with no money, so what do I mean by that? I mean that like when kids grow up to be very good-looking individuals, they are preyed on and people try to take advantage of them constantly. And I want to be with a man who provides, so that way that my kids can choose to, you know, if they want to stay home and like do school from home, if they deal with sexual harassment, or if they want to go out into the world and go to a very good school where people actually respect them, I'll be able to provide that for them. And my husband will be able to provide that for them too. I think that's what real 50-50 is. Real 50-50, if we're thinking about equality, I think is a man taking on the workforce because it's catered towards him, for him to have certain opportunities and have certain advantages. And then for a woman to become extremely educated, so that way she can teach her kids certain important life lessons on how she can go about life. That's why I try to invest in myself as much as I can, because I think the skills that I've learned off of building a platform on content creation is something that I'll be able to teach my kids one day. Men can teach their kids as well. They can. But I'm just saying, I would never want a stay-at-home husband, because like that's just not who I am. Even if I were to become a breadwinner, I would still want a provider man. Because if I were to die one day, and he were the type of man who would just spoil himself on gambling and get into a really bad addiction, and then all of a sudden he's, oh my god, he's financially irresponsible, and then all the money that I ever made is gone. What really is he doing to provide for my family if he doesn't even know how to handle money? It's just a food for thought. And I think that men should also think about that too when they get into relationships with women. They don't want to end up with a wife who spends all of his money when he dies of cancer on designer bags. And there's nothing wrong with designer bags, like as long as you're smart and you don't spend all of your money on designer bags. But what I'm trying to explain is like financial stability and like financial literacy is really important, because that's the kind of things that you're taking in when you decide to be around somebody for like a long time. That's the type of like person you're deciding who your kids are going to be. And I don't want my kids to end up like that. I don't want my kids to end up like being financially irresponsible, but that's just me. And I think men should also think about that when they get into relationships too. It's not a flex to accept a woman who is poor. I'm sorry, but like it's just not a flex. But that's how you raise them, no? How are you gonna raise them with no money though? With 2 pennies rubbing together? You can't. Your 2 pennies you rub together is not gonna spawn a magic leprechaun that's gonna make money spawn. It's just not. There's no way to get rich quick. That's why it takes a bunch of effort and a bunch of skill and a bunch of discipline. And that's... My family raised me with no money, broke, and I'm doing fine. And that's okay. And that's your life. And I'm just saying, for me and for the future of my kids, I would never want that. That's just how I feel. It's not to say that... It's not that I hate poor people or that I hate broke people. I'm just saying that, like, there's a difference between having a mentality of being broke and there's people like, I mean, I'm not saying, like, because the thing is, I'm not saying that. Okay, look, I'm not saying you're a bad person if you're broke. You were given the card you were dealt with, and that's just life. And when you're raised in a broken family, at the end of the day, that's not your choice. But it is your choice to figure out whether or not you want to have a growth mindset in life, or if you want to forever be the victim of your life. That's your choice. And if you think that forever being the victim of your life is going to make you happy, then that's your choice. In my opinion, though, I feel like there's a reason why like certain people are successful, and it's about a growth mindset. It's not about where you come from. But I'm just saying that I personally would want my kids to start off with money, because I feel like money gives them resources and opportunities. And it's not everything, obviously, but it is an important way that they can even develop skills to begin with. I just don't want them to face certain obstacles. So you don't care for your husband so you don't care if your husband came from a broke family? No, as long as he is successful now. Because if he's successful now, then that obviously clearly means that he came from a background where he didn't have all the cards dealt to him, but he didn't let it define him, and he did something about it. And then he had kids. Now, what I find to be extremely selfish is if he came from a broke family, he's still broke today, and he thinks he deserves to have kids. I think that's an extremely selfish decision, because you're bringing kids into this world without their consent, knowing you can't even provide for them. Now that right there is selfishness, and that right there is entitlement. But let's say you came from a broke family and you did something, you built a business, and you built about a startup, and you tried your best to make it happen for you, and you actually saw success. And it's not even about like maintaining success, because well, the thing is, maintaining success is a whole different story. But let's say you've reached success and you are just somebody who has a growth mindset around it. You're naturally just going to achieve success, even if you come from a platform or like from a beginnings that aren't always in your favor. What is the definition of successful? I would say successful is like I said, if you want kids, go to an adoption center and see if you can qualify for even being able to adopt a child. If you can't, then you still need to work on yourself as a man. I'm sorry, like that's just life. And I think the same thing for women. I don't think you should have kids if you can't even afford it on your own. Like that's just crazy. But yeah, that's how I felt about it. Because the thing is, it's not where you came from that's stopping you from being successful. It's about how you look at life. And if you literally just change the way you look at life and the way you feel about life. Would I ever have kids? Not right now. No. If you don't have bread, bread, start eat cookies, polish for a minute. What? Successful is to afford a kid? That's crazy. Well, I'm just saying, like, everybody's idea of success is different. If you don't want a kid, then it doesn't have to do with kids. It doesn't have to do, like, success has nothing to do with kids. But to a lot of people, the reason they get into dating and stuff is because they one day want to build a family and have kids. So why date a woman and put her body at risk and then want kids, but then not do anything to provide for them? Then you're just wanting kids out of selfishness, and you're not doing it because there's any intention behind it. That's all that I'm saying. And I feel like if you take away your insecurities, take away your ego for like 1 second, like just take it away. look, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be vulnerable with you guys. I'm not in a position to ever provide for a kid. I mean, I babysit my brother. I've been there for my siblings, but I am not mentally in the position to ever have a kid right now. And I recognize that when I was fucking chalked on sleep and I was helping my brother build his chair and build his table, and I was like this close to crashing out because he kept messing around. And I knew in that moment, I was like, I am not fucking ready to have kids, because I was about to crash out on him, but I knew he didn't deserve that, to be crashed out on, because he doesn't know any better, and he's just antsy, and I think he has ADHD, so he's just antsy, and he doesn't know how to sit still when we're building a fucking table. And I was about to lose it. And I knew in that moment I really needed to work on my patience and understand that he's a kid. He doesn't know what he's doing right now. It's irritating me. Plus I was on like half sleep. I was on like 3 hours of sleep. And so that experience made me realize it's not that I'm saying no to kids, I'm saying I'm not ready right now, which I guess in other words, yeah, I don't want kids. So right now. But it's because I was able to be with my brother and be like, I knew I was losing my patience like a mad woman, and I need to work on myself. I need to learn how to like regulate my emotions. I need to learn how to have my sleep schedule on a good schedule, so that way I don't crash out on my brother, which I didn't end up crashing out on him. Okay, I did, okay, a little bit. I was like, can you sit still? And that's all I said, okay? But I wasn't mean to him. But like, still, I'm an adult. Like, I shouldn't be, you know what I mean? Okay, anyway. That's a good example of like, you shouldn't have kids yet, because you're not ready yet. But it doesn't mean you are never gonna have kids. It just means you're not ready yet. And you should actively want to prepare, if you're gonna have kids one day, to be a good person for your kids, because that's what they deserve. You can't say you care about people. You can't say you care about yourself if you're not actively choosing like a better life. Would you raise like multiple kids or just one? I don't want any kids right now because I'm 24. I'm still like a kid myself. How do you know when you're ready? When you're financially ready, when you meet a person who's also financially ready, and when you are able to do self-reflection and actually learn from your mistakes. Regulate your own emotions. Go to therapy, work out any traumas that you've had. Read books on how to be a good parent. Be able to afford putting your kids in extracurriculars. Be able to afford that they don't like it and that you spent hundreds of dollars on their one extracurricular. Okay, now they want to change it. Be able to afford that they want to change their extracurricular to something else. Provide them guitars, pianos, things that they can play on when they don't want to work sports. And yeah, I think having a house too. Well, maybe not. To some people, having a house is different. Like, you could have an apartment too. Some people were like mad when I said I wouldn't want to give birth in a house. Or like give birth in an apartment, but if the apartment looks like a house, then maybe, you know? But I don't know. I think I deserve a house. I don't know. I just think my kids just deserve to be in a home, and it can be rented. But like, why have kids if like you can't even like provide them a safe place, even if it is an apartment? Like, you know what? I'll take that back. Having an apartment should be fine, as long as like, you know, you're able to afford it and afford a place where they can have and grow up and have like an environment where they can meet other kids and, you know, have friends and go play outside and stuff like that. That's what they deserve. And my parents did that. Like, I used to play outside with all of my neighbors because I lived in a really good area. And I went to a really good school where I was able to get an education. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And even though it doesn't take away from the fact that there were some times where they were abusive and whatnot, I still really appreciate all the things that they've done for me. Even my mom, like, she was a single mom raising 3 kids, and she still managed to help me get braces. That's why I have this beautiful smile I have today. If it weren't for them working hard for me, I wouldn't have the opportunities that I have today. My teeth would be fucked up. Because you know what's crazy? I had a tooth like this one right here. This one was in my nostril right here. It was stuck here, and I had my baby tooth here as an adult. And so I needed to get braces, and they needed to go up into my gums to pull that tooth down. And I didn't have a tooth right here for like 6 months. And if it weren't for my mom to have taken me there and figure it out all on her own, not just because like my dad didn't want to pay for that. He thought it was for cosmetics, which he didn't see the value in us getting that. But it was actually a serious thing. I could have lost like my breathing in this nostril if I didn't get that tooth fixed. That's what I mean by like they were providers, you know? With this economy, it is tough, and it is, but you cannot let things like the economy being tough stop you from adapting. Or what is it? Or yeah, adapting, and you can't stop it from letting you learn how to adapt to your environment. Because yes, and you know what else is happening? AI is taking over the job market, so it's getting even worse for people that have regular jobs that can get replaced with AI. And there's even a Harvard business study that talks about how companies, in order to thrive in the future, are going to be able to need to have AI part of their business infrastructure in order for them to succeed. Which is kind of sad, because you can always have like a normal human do it. But yeah, AI is literally taking people's businesses, but as human beings, we just need to learn how to adapt. And that's life, you know? But also, I know it's rough, and there can be things done to like try to make AI not taking jobs like illegal, but I think because it's not illegal right now and there's not a lot of laws in place, AI is going to continue to take jobs. They're going to take things from people, and the job market is just going to go to shit very soon. And people always ask me like, well, do you really think streaming is a viable career? I mean, I've had my job even during the pandemic, so I think like I'm in a very privileged position to be able to work during the pandemic and things like that. And yeah, so I don't even think AI would be able to replace my job, because my job is all about human connection. Being a social media personality is about human connection, and that's one thing AI cannot replace. So I mean, but there are AI streamers that are way bigger than me. There's an AI streamer that has like 3,000 viewers average on Purple. So yeah. And so even I, as somebody who has a job that like may not get replaced by AI, I mean, it's already happening right now. There's an AI streamer girl that has more viewers than me and makes more money than me, and it's made by a human, right? AI channel coming soon, chat. No, I'm just kidding. And then soon AI is gonna even replace like sex workers and stuff like that too, because they're gonna start becoming so realistic, and they're gonna start being programmed to be exactly what humans find attractive. And then they're gonna say everything that you want to hear and things like that, and they're gonna outdo the sex workers. The sex workers are gonna be out of a job, dude. Nothing in life is permanent, guys, so that's why never put all your eggs in one basket. But that's why I think I like my job so much, is because it has everything to do with human connection. And that's why like everything that I do has to do with like human connection, because that's one thing that's not going to be replaced by AI. But yeah, when I was in the airport going to Korea, guys, I was at a bookstore, and they have a bunch of Harvard research studies, and I got really interested in this in the AI section, because I think that a lot of people need to approach AI from an angle of like, you don't have to do AI stuff, and you might earn people's trust by not getting involved with AI more, but eventually AI is going to take over, and it's going to be a big deal. And so I think that's why, like, it's okay. And then the Harvard study, they were talking about how, like, it's okay that we exist together, and like using it to kind of coexist, like having real workers, but then also having AI to do some of your out, like, sourcing and things that, you know, you need to build to like scale your business and whatnot. And it was talking about how like future business owners are going to have to consider AI, because AI is starting to evolve so much that people who don't use AI for their businesses might struggle. But I don't know. Obviously, not everything is 100%, like, never say never, you know, and there's also like not everything is for sure, but the AI rise is very scary right now, because so many things happen in so much short of time, and like I feel like so many things like are changing about our world. But I'm really grateful that I'm able to like get educated and stuff, and like be able to build a platform. Yeah, I don't know, that's just kind of like how I feel. But you think money equals happiness? No, I just think that money is way more important than people try to make it out to be. And I think people avoiding how much money matters, they're avoiding how much pressure they have to endure in order to live a happy life. I think the action of loving yourself is not just about getting money. It's about the idea that with that money, you're going to be able to provide resources, opportunities for yourself, and you're going to be able to be involved in places and around people that are actually going to be good for your life. If it weren't for, like, because the thing is, there are a lot of times throughout my content creation career where, you know, I didn't make the most money. And that's okay, because I'm the type of person who is able to see it through and understand that I have a vision, and that I'm gonna get the flowers at the end of the day. But there are other ways like that creators get paid that isn't always through money, and it's called social currency. When you're an influencer and you build social currency, you are literally building the people that are surrounded by you. When you build yourself up, you are around people that also want to build, and the quality of people that you're around is a lot better. And you'll end up meeting people who have so many different opportunities that there are things that you might not even have to pay for as an influencer. Like, there are people who have whole skincare channels that they never have to go to a store, buy skincare, buy makeup, buy whatever it is, because they built a platform where they literally don't have to pay for anything. But how do you think they started? Obviously, they needed money in order to make it happen. I mean, that's kind of like how California is, you know? Even though I complain a lot about living in California, it is the place of opportunity, and it is the place that you want to be when you're building a business. Because the people that you meet and the interactions that you have can literally change your, like, the trajectory of your life forever. It's not about life. It's not even about money being everything. It's more so about when you love yourself, you put yourself in a position to win. And you put yourself in a position to be able to give yourself a higher quality of life, you know? And sometimes, yeah, you do need money. But I wouldn't say it's everything. I think human connection is one thing that money will never replace. Like, human connection will always be something that is very important. Exactly. But I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think making me feel bad for wanting to be with a man who's financially stable is not productive for you. Both can be true at the same time. You can want human connection, but also have high standards for the people that you are surrounding yourself with. Oh, I think my food's here. You know what I mean? I think I can learn something from people who don't give a crap about money, but I think that there's also something important to learn about when people do care. That it's not always about the materialistic aspect. It's more so about what can money do to make you be able to love yourself actively every day and give yourself a better quality of life. That's all. I think giving yourself a better quality of life is something that you deserve. And I'm already actively working on that for myself, by myself. So I'm not really looking for a man to come and save me. I'm more so I already love myself by buying myself things. And it's not even that I'm not satisfied and that I need more and I need more and I need more, because that's kind of how people who didn't understand my love language, they thought about me. But it's about my love language is gift giving, and I so happen to like expensive things, and I just like expensive things, and I like doing expensive things. I like being around money, and I feel like that's the life that I want to live. I don't know. But not everyone needs to live that life. Some people find happiness in not doing that. And there are times where I didn't have all the money in the world that I felt happy. So obviously it's not everything, but I think what I'm changing a lot as a person. I think what I want is what I give myself. I feel like that's love, but everybody's definition of love is different because everyone has different love languages. To some people, words of affirmation are really important. So you need someone who's always going to know what to say and how to say things right, or you need someone who's going to do actions for you and things like that. It's not materialistic. It's just the way that some people feel loved. And I mean, I literally went all the way to Korea and I bought myself a nice expensive facial. I bought myself some products because that's all things that genuinely makes me feel happy and makes me light up in every way. And that's why I can never be with a broke boy. I'm sorry. Because I've tried it and I learned we were very, very incompatible. But it doesn't mean I'm not gonna buy them gifts. Whenever I like guys, I always buy them gifts too, because I love giving gifts too. Not just receiving them, I love giving gifts too. And that's why duh. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab my groceries. I'll be back. Every guy I've ever met, I've always gotten them nice things. But if you think about it, sometimes guys are the real gold diggers because they will want a girl who's pretty and stuff, but then they don't want to pay for it. They don't want to match her face card because they're lazy. Okay, guys, I'm back. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just speaking my mind today. I'm chilling today. I got some groceries. Okay, guys, what should we play now? More Overwatch? Is there still Winston drops? Let me see. Oh yeah, there is Winston drops. Until May 12th. Okay, guys, let's take a screenshot of that. Thank you for the gifts. Winston drops. Let me update the command real quick. Big gaming day. Life is Strange? Nah. I kind of want to play more Overwatch, but I just need to eat something real quick because I'm feeling a little like hungry and drained. What is Cleo doing? It's supposed to be chow mein. I think it's like chicken. Oh yeah. Chow mein with chicken. Mmm. Oops. Drew, thank you for the sheep leap. Okay, guys, let's play Overwatch. You saw the new box in KFC? What? No, I haven't. Okay, guys, so there's new drops, by the way. Let me fix the drops command. Okay. Let me make an imager. We're eating chow mein with chicken. It's like one of those, like, you just cook it in the microwave type of meals, so it's like quick. But it's pretty healthy, I think. Oh, let me turn off my ad block. Okay, so you can choose from your photos and videos. I just go to home. Winston drops. Winston Overwatch. Batch. See? It's cute. It's actually really cute. But I think if you've... Yeah, so... Is stream frozen? Huh? No. Also, the reason why I look like a little tired is because, like, I took a nap before I got on live and I didn't fix my makeup, so I look a little tired today. Also, it's been a minute since I've done, like, one of these, like, longer streams. So, I feel like my body's kind of adjusting from, like, being outside, because today I was outside. We outside! Maybe we should do like a monkey emoji. Because Winston's like a monkey, right? He's like a gorilla, I think.
Why are all spicy senoritas the opposite of sane?
That just got you blocked, by the way. Weirdo. Said all the spicy senoritas? What does that even mean? Hi, Leo. The hell is that? What the fuck does that even fucking mean? Fucking weirdo. Okay, guys, there you go. Why does the monkey emoji look weird? Oh, there we go. I think it's good now. Okay, guys, let's do I look a bit pale. Probably just my makeup. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna play again. But anyway, do you guys want to see what I got at the grocery store? I've never tried these before. The music's loud? What do you mean? don't think I've ever tried these before. And then I got some lotion because my hands tend to get really dry, and this lotion helps with my dry hands, especially like after I wash my hands. Like my hands get extremely dry. I told my mom about it, and she was like, she thinks maybe I have thyroid. And which I don't know if you guys know anything about thyroid, but it helps. But it means that you might have mood swings, and it might mean that you have like drier hands because your thyroid messes up with your the oil that you produce and stuff. And then I got some like natural lashes, so we can do lashes again on stream. I like the way that lashes look on me, so I've been starting to get into wearing them, and they're like natural, so they're not too overbearing. And then grapes, because I would like a good like fruit snack when I'm streaming, because sometimes I feel unhealthy, and so it's nice to eat these snacks.
Vote for your map.
And we might have dance. You guys want to have a dance party later today? Because I learned some new dances, and I want to show you guys the new dances that I learned. It was only like 2 dances that I learned new, but I still want to show you guys because it's been really fun, like learning new dances and stuff. Hello, Daredevil. Yes, I am a dancer, but I'm still learning, obviously, so that's why, like... I know, I need to share with chat. Here, chat, here's yours. Here you go, Chad. Take a bite. Take a bite. Not through the plastic, you animal! Let me open it first. we're role playing with chat right now. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no. Some people are gonna be weird. Okay, there you go now. There you go, chat. There's your bite.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Oh my god.
We're in this together.
I think that's like it's been a long time since
I saw you cover the western entryway.
I've had a cosmic brownie, guys.
Smart thinking.
Oh, well, I'm just doing what I can to help.
Also, why isn't my like
before Talon
why isn't my likes on the board?
Almost like you knew their next move.
Am I lagging? Oh yeah, no.
Just a lucky guess.
That's what happens when I get snacks. Oh my god. Oh my god, no way. Oops. Oh my god, are you serious? Yeah, no, I'm okay. Thanks for all the gifts today, guys. I appreciate you. And all the subs as well.
Need a new paint job after this.
I'm not going to talk about any controversial topics anymore. Okay, starting now. Yo, mama's a hoe! No, I was kidding. Your mama's a hoe! We got the soundboard back too. Yeah, this is Overwatch. I want chocolate. No, literally I crave chocolate all the time, especially around my period. Oh my god.
Hitting the ground running.
Scrumdiddlyumptious. Some people say I'm cringe, but to be cringe is to be free, and to be free is to be cringe.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh my god.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
60 seconds
Oh my god. Yeah, this is Overwatch.
Someone's asking for a face full of railgun.
I'm chilling. Thank you, Drew, for the roses.
30 seconds remaining.
Let them talk their shit. Real. Let them talk their talk. Oh my god, I used to. Thank you, Drew, for the 5 roses. Turn my fan off. Yeah, these snacks and this meal is blessed right now. Like, it's actually
I'll
blessed.
have to find a better way to engage.
Enemy turret.
Are you serious?
Impressive.
Oh my god. We did not win.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
We did not win.
Prepare your defenses.
Where's my light goal, guys?
Select your hero.
Usually my light goal appears on my left. Hold on, I'm gonna restart this. Also, let me close Discord. Okay. Where is my light goal? It's not there, chat. What do we do? This has chicken in it.
Hey there.
Okay.
We're in
A
this
wanted
together.
man on the run.
Okay, I'm locked in.
I've known a few of you.
I'm only guilty of stealing hearts.
If it's a good thing, I'm heartless.
I am new to CS, yeah. But I barely play. I need to play more, but I like Overwatch right now better. Overwatch has been more fun. Plus, like, I need to play with some friends, huh? I need to play with my sister. It would be fun. Okay. Are you serious? I'm locked out. I'm locked out, guys. I'm locked out and locked out.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
They're moving the payload. Shut it down.
Wait, that's the wrong way. Oh my god. My aim is kind of bad, but it's fine. I think I just need to stick near my tank. Otherwise he dies. Hold on, hold on.
Disrupting.
What the hell? Also, guys, I'm working on my vlog right now. I'm gonna come out with a vlog for you guys. Do you think I should post it on my gaming channel or should I post it on my main channel? On my gaming channel, I'm monetized. Yeah, I think I should put it on my main channel. It's fine if I don't get monetized. But at the same time, I worked hard on the video, so we'll see. We'll see, I don't know. The main one? Yeah. It's like a lifestyle vlog. It's like I went to where did I go? I went to pickleball. Well, I guess this is kind of like a main channel, but it's like more gaming focused. It's definitely my bigger channel because I've been more active on it, but I think if I start posting on my main channel, like we'll start doing vlogging content, which I think will be really fun.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself
60
together.
seconds remaining.
Stop the payload from moving.
This ends now. I'm not a fan of setbacks.
I was getting possessed. I was possessed because they killed me. I was getting phantom pain from that game. What should we talk about now? Oh, vlogging. Okay, let's talk about vlogging, guys. So, like, what do you guys think are like some fun activities that I should vlog for you guys? Like what kind of like lifestyle content would you guys want to see? Like a day in the life, or I'm currently filming a week in my life as a streamer. Then, oh my god, I teammate. And then I am dancing live. Nah, but like I'm talking about like vlog content. I don't. Oh, thank you for the
You
super
are looking
chat.
gorgeous today, Ye. I like your smile.
Thank
Smiley face
you.
emoji.
Thank you, Premium. Is that your name, Premium? Prem?
Select a map.
Thank you for the super chat. Oh, should I do singing covers, Daredevil? Maybe that's what I can post. What's the difference between an what about you can hear and what?
Select your hero.
Mods are unemployed. What is that username? Is that a slur? I feel like this guy's trying to get me to say slur. I'm not gonna.
Choose hero bands.
You can hear a. Put it on Spotify? I don't think I can. If it's like a cover, I don't think I can. Oh my god, I got an endorsement. What? No, but like, if you guys could see me like doing IRL stuff, like, what would you want to see me do? Like, what kind of IRL like content would you guys want me to do? Like it could be like vlogging, it could be like traveling content, it could be like let's think of some ideas. It could be like a what I eat in a day as a streamer. It could be what do you guys think? This game is called Overwatch. Oh my god, thank you for the bits, Joseph. Just influenced me to eat chocolate. I'm so sorry. The chocolate is so yummy though.
As long as you get into plenty.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, guys. I'm still trying to cook up some like video ideas. Oh, maybe some singing covers. But my voice is already cooked, so I don't know if I can. I'm doing like a week in my life.
I'll make it worth your while.
I had to go and get it. Oh my god. I'm a bad influence. No, I was kidding. Chocolate is good for the soul. Oh my god, are you serious? Hello, Joseph. Thank you, Lewis, for the sparkle gift. Thank you. You haven't popped up my feed in a while? Yeah, I've been taking like a bit of a break mentally from streaming. I'm kind of like back in a way. I've just been kind of like taking breaks here and there because I've been filming and I've been out and about trying to film like a vlog for you guys. So I have been having to go outside without I've been having to go vlog. I've been having to vlog because it's been making me feel happier. Like I feel more sane when I go outside. Yeah. I wonder if the chocolate is in my teeth. Maybe. That's fine. No! I got too close, sorry. And I've been vlogging and like going out more.
We need that robot back.
Cause it's been like really good for my mental health. To be able to like get away for a bit, you know? Oh my god, I got too close again. No, no. And now we're cooking up some vlog ideas. I'm trying to cook up some vlog, or like not even, I don't even think I just want to do vlog. Like I'm trying to figure out like what kind of content I want to do on my main channel. Ooh, maybe I can go to the beach. A beach day vlog would be so fun, huh? I was at the beach today, but then I didn't know where to like park, so I got scared and I went home. But I didn't vlog it because I was supposed to go to hot yoga, but then I arrived. I paid for parking, and then I just got angry because swimsuit episode? Nah, joke's on you. I'm not even going in the water. You know what I'm doing? I'm wearing a full... Jokes on the weirdos in chat. If you're a weirdo, but... Joke's on the weirdos. I'm gonna be wearing a full surfish suit, covered from head to toe. I'm gonna look like a little boy. You're welcome. Ha 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 ha. Look, a little boy. No swimsuit. Nah, I'm wearing a motherfucking. Knowing the gaming audience. I'm gonna wear like a. I'm gonna wear a full body suit. And I'm gonna go surf. Oh, I should go surfing. Wait, surfing stream. Wait, write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Yeah, write that down. Write that down. Write that down too. Write that down. I should do a surfing lesson. Oh my god, oh my god. No, please. How would you film it? I would get like a cameraman. Or like have one of my sisters come join me.
I'll have to find a better way to engage.
No, I cannot surf.
Uh-oh, they're pushing.
But I'm gonna learn. That's why I'm gonna go to class. Oh my god, I did. Scuba! Oh my god, scuba dive! Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? I show Speed. He did the first ever scuba diving stream.
If they won't quit, neither will I.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
I don't want to bungee jump or skydive. That is crazy shit. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh my god, no. Defeat. Okay, what are some other like content ideas? Like surfing vlog. I've always wanted to learn how to be like a ballerina. So I thought about like vlogging my journey. Like of learning how to be a ballerina. Like learning that style of dance. I feel like it would help me learn some of the fundamentals of like how to dance. Yep.
Epic.
You know what I mean?
Winner.
Yeah, I'll
Look at
take
this.
the credit.
Match time 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Free queue, please. Make one of those videos where they're destroying their shoes. What? Wait, I need to write that down, guys. Let me go to Discord and I'm gonna write it down real quick. Surfing. Learning how to surf with Jess. Suggestions. Okay. Arts and crafts stream? Like, what would we do though? It has to be like exciting. It has to be like something exciting. Maybe like bucket list. Maybe bucket list ideas. Maybe we can like write a bucket list. Night swim. Find Huzz. What is this? You can fill out a bucket list, vlogs, Disney cooking night, karaoke. Oh, karaoke stream. IRL karaoke with Larissa. She's really good at singing. Larissa's really good. So I feel like she would eat. A photo shoot, movie night, snorkeling, friendship bracelet, make pancakes. I could streams, but we gotta figure out something. Spa day. Ooh. A spa day? Okay, let's see what other bucket list things. Like, what are like some bucket list things that like I wanna like, check off? Maybe like a goal. Things I wanna do before I die. Milk a cow, learn how to serve. Make a podcast. Wait, these are all such good ideas. Hold on. Pinterest is the place to go. Oh my god, Fortnite karaoke, guys. Wait, I've been seeing that too, but I deleted Fortnite, so we're gonna have to download it. Frick. I deleted it because it was taking up too much storage. I need to like get another terabyte of storage or something. Anyway, let's go back to Overwatch. Okay, things I want to do before I die. Milk a cow. Oh my god, visiting a farm stream would be so. Oh, giving 1K to the homeless. Wait, like making meals for Skid Row would be really good. Because some people will make meals for them and like sandwiches and like get like a little water bottle and give them a water bottle and then get like chips. Give them chips and give them like sanitary stuff like for like them like toothbrush, like disposable toothbrushes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's write that one down too. Hand out meals and sanitary items to the homeless in Skid Row. Okay. Travel without a phone. Plan a humanitarian. See a ballet and an opera. Ooh. I wanna, you know what I wanna? Visit a luxury. There's a luxury movie theater in London. And so guys, I'm thinking about going to London this summer. And there's a luxury movie theater and I've always wanted to watch a luxury movie. I want a movie in a luxury.
Your hero.
Okay. Take a gondola ride in Venice. Participate as an extra in a movie. Swim with the dolphins. Get tattooed in my favorite countries. Go to a speech. Oh my god, I should get a tattoo. Celebrate El Dia de los Muertos in Mexico. Wait, that would be so cool. Let me write that down. Get married in Las Vegas as a joke. Fly a helicopter over New York City. Take a ride on the largest zip line. See whales. I want to see whales. Climb the Everest. Attend a festival of lights in Rapunzel. Leave a huge tip. See penguins in Antarctica. Take a balloon ride. Take a plane ticket with no return date. Don't eat blood. Go to a pub in Ireland. Get married near the ocean. Hiking in the mountains.
We're in this together.
Go to a what beach?
All of us.
Sleep on the beach. Ride an elephant. Take a spiritual journey. Skydive. Go rafting. Go techno nightclub. Rio Carnival. New Year's in Sydney. Be fluent in Spanish. Go to the airport and take a random flight. Go to a festival like Coachella. Spa weekend. Learn how to snowboard. I already know how to snowboard. Run a marathon. Eat sushi in Japan. I've already eaten sushi, but not in Japan. I have not yet run a marathon, but I want to practice for it. Go to a casino in Vegas. Go to a safari in Africa. Years in New York City. Spend the night in a treehouse. Dinner at a prestigious restaurant. I want to go to Nobu. Nobu? No. Dinner at the top of the Eiffel Tower. Swim with the turtles in Thailand. Swim under a waterfall. Ski in Canada. Ooh. Learn how to make pottery. Oh, pottery class. Oh wait, pottery class is fun. Wait, a freaking clay pottery class would be dope.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
I'm gonna look up a pottery class, guys. Oh, there's one like 17 miles away.
Intercept that payload.
Nano boost administered.
Let me look at their website. Book online. Oh, you can book online. Oh, at least I got one. Hello, Goofy. Date night pottery class. I don't know. Coffee and clay. 4-week classes.
Asking for a face-full railgun.
Kids or adults? Coffee and clay sounds good. I like coffee. Oh, mixed age 60-minute pottery classes. Kids ages 5 and up to adults. I mean, we could do that tomorrow. Thoughts? Like during our stream, going to a pottery class tomorrow? I feel like I could do that tomorrow, and I've always wanted to do that. And that seems like pretty inexpensive. Like it might be like max $40, right? Let me see. Coffee and clay? How much it costs? $50!
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
May? May is the earliest time. Oh, can't do it tomorrow. We gotta do it in May. Start a podcast? You think so? I do want to start a podcast. But the thing is, for me, is like, I just don't know where I would film it. Like, in my streaming setup, it would be feeling weird. So, maybe Jessica's Corner? What would I even talk about, though? I want to do a true crime podcast. Okay, guys, so what do you say? We do pottery class in May? $50.
My soul ain't nothing.
Hold on until May. The spots are gonna be filled, so maybe I just secure this date. It's May 3rd at, yeah, it's May 3rd. I can't say what time, but I think it'd be really fun. Maybe I'll ask one of my sisters to join me.
They won't quit. Neither will I.
5 to 10 minutes early.
This ends now.
Reverse the time.
You're done. Cooling down.
We can play. We can do pottery class early May. Yeah. Help me. Help me. Heal me.
Area denial.
No. It's time to start the podcast. Guys, why is it so expensive? I do want to do a pottery. Let me compare prices, but this one has 4.9 stars, so apparently it's really good. You know what I mean? So I'm not opposed to it. But what do you guys think? We do it like early May or like late May? If I put it any later than late May, I might forget about the date, and then I'm not gonna make it or something. Leo, if I have to babysit Leo, Leo will come with me and he'll watch me do pottery. I feel like getting your own pottery stuff would be even more expensive though. Like, I don't know if it's worth it or not. I'd rather just like borrow. It's probably pretty expensive to do pottery, huh? I said, make a diss track? What do you guys think? I'd do it early May, or let me see if they have another one that like might be open tomorrow or something. Mixed ages, ladybug or turtle pinch.
0 to 3.
Spot.
Switching sides.
Scoped.
Prepare to attack.
Create a charming ladybug.
Select your hero.
There's like no spots left. What the hell? Parties and private event.
We're in this together. All of us.
Mother's Day, tea and pottery painting.
Why didn't you talk to me before you ran off with Talon?
It would have turned into an argument.
May 2nd.
I thought we were friends.
Baby Yoda.
That's exactly why.
Oh, it's teaching you how to make a pot. Flower bowl. Ooh, I want to do the flower bowl.
You brought a fox.
Man, April. Oh. It's tomorrow, guys.
You must be fun at parties.
What happens on the 28th?
I don't go to parties.
We could go on the 28th.
Yeah, that makes sense. You'd have to be
And do a
invited
flower
first.
pot.
5, 4, 3.
And it's only $40, so not as expensive as the other ones.
Commencing.
But is this even like a clay class? I'm confused. No. Okay, but what am I going to talk about on my podcast?
I'll have to find a better way to engage.
I want to do a true crime podcast. Mm-mm.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
Enemy turret ahead.
Oh my god. The political and economic state of the world.
I'm not a fan of setbacks.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Reaper.
Oh my god. Cooking with Jess. The thing is, we can't really cook right now. Because the gas isn't on in our house.
No sweat.
My dad still has to pay the gas bill. Bop, bop, bop. He's like holding off on it though, so like we don't have any gas. I've been living out of my microwave, just kidding. Well, okay, some meals I've been eating from a microwave, but then some meals I just go out to eat instead of like making my own meals. So can't cook yet.
Not bad at all.
That means, do you know what that means, chat? I only take cold showers. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's just I dread taking showers, which is bad because like you want to be clean. Good night, guys. I can provide gas for y'all if I eat a lot. Okay.
This ends now.
Are you serious? Yeah, the gas is still off. It's fine. Like, I think he's gonna get it on soon. So, hopefully soon. But he's been kind of like dealing with a lot right now, so. You could, but you'd blow up the house if you bring a propane stove in the house. If it's like an electric kettle, I mean, that could be a good alternative. That's what I was thinking of doing. But I don't know. I could just get an electric kettle. Kind of like what those people do when they have like, when they're living in a dorm. You know where to find me if y'all need. No, we mean like stove gas. So what do you guys think? Should I build a flower pot on
Might have to adjust my approach.
in a few days? I mean, I'm low-key kind of down. What do you guys think? Should we do a pottery stream? Or like vlog maybe? That's what we can do for vlog. Honestly, it could be really good. And it's like, and then after we can come home and play video games, huh, chap? How's that sound? That's a good plan. But honestly, I've been kind of going ham on the spending, so I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Play of the game.
Let me, I'm gonna slow down, because like, honestly, I was looking at like my stuff and like my finances last night, because instead of editing, I looked at my finances and I noticed I spend a lot on like shopping and like, let me see what else. Epic. Did I do good? Did we lose? Oh, shoot. Sorry guys, I was not locked in.
Winner. Adaptation successful.
So I've been like tracking my finances because I want to be like more on top of like what I'm spending and like where I can improve. And let me see my spending for the quarter, for the year. Oh my goodness. Went camping? Honestly, I'm not a big camper though. Any tips on how to do streaming as a full-time job? Well the thing is I'm not a streamer only. I think that because I do like TikTok and stuff, that is what helps me, keeps me afloat. And I would say like I don't really qualify to be like a full-time like streamer. Like some people, I'm not really technically like a full-time streamer. I would say like, I guess my advice would be just like not putting all your eggs in one basket. And I live pretty frugally. Like I only have like my big bills and then that's it. Like I stopped living above my means. And also just like I created a lot of like monetization strategies. I'm also just really consistent. Like I stream every day, almost every day. That's probably why I'm able to make it like work out. And I would say like it's a mix of doing streaming and TikTok that helps keep me afloat. But I also think like
Vote for your map.
I'm definitely a bad spender. That's where I go wrong. I think I need to be more frugal. But I'm not really like a good role model in that sense. Like, I mean, I would say like, I just know how like to get monetized and I've gotten really, I don't know, I just know how to like make TikToks like go semi-viral. So that helped me kind of like get monetized on like most platforms is like doing shorts. I wouldn't say like I'm rich or anything off of it. I would just say like I make a pretty like, it's like probably more than a part-time job. So I guess kind of like a full-time But I wouldn't say like it's like I'm rich or anything. I would say like I make like a regular income. But I think, okay, well, that's kind of a lie because there's some moments where it's really high. And that's why I was able to go to Korea. But trust me when I say it's not like, it's not usually like that. Like that's the first time in a long time like that I've done well. And I think it's because like I create like fun monetization strategies and like people just want to gift. Because I also just like have met other creators that they do the same line of work as me and they make 10 times as much as I make. And so I talk to them and I try to see what they do. And I also like watch them and see what they do to monetize. Today I wouldn't say is a big money day for me. But I think it's just about being like consistent and like the people who want to support you, they will. And then also just not relying fully on viewership and viewers to fund your life, because at the end of the day viewers sometimes are just regular people, so you can't expect them to drop their whole entire bank account on you unless they're already rich, which if you get lucky and if you're in the right place at the right time and you're a very likable person, a rich person might be willing to like spoil you. But I think it's like a combination of things. Yeah, and also working with sponsorships. In order to like make it go afloat and stuff, you need to work with sponsors and you need to work with brands. But like thankfully I'm like monetized on most platforms, so like even sometimes I'll get like $6 a month off of Instagram. But like I could probably do better than that if I just posted more consistently. So like see, like that's where my issue is, like I just don't post enough. I've kind of built these skills like over time. Like I've been doing this for 5 years, almost 6 years now. It's gonna be 7 I think soon. I don't know, 6 7 years, I don't know. I've been doing it for a really long time. And in the first 2 years that I was doing streaming, I only made like a little bit of money. Like it was just maybe in the hundreds. And then as soon as I started working with brands, it was in the thousands. And then yeah, so I think that like, but then I stopped working with brands. So then there's like a lot of ups and downs, right? But I think when you start working with brands, that's when you know you really made it. But anyone can fall off at any time, so it's not even like I fully have made it yet. Like I don't even feel like I fully made it yet, because I feel like in order to do that, like it's just hard. You can't. Oh, what's behind me? In order to make it, you need to just be super consistent and know how to like maintain it. And also just be consistent like every day. But I think that if you're doing it for like money, for the first 3 years of doing like TikTok, I made zero money because I just wanted to do it because it was something that I really liked. And so I think that's why it just comes natural that people want to invest in me, because they see that like I have a vision and you just go full in on believing in yourself. I think that if you fully go in on it and fully give it your all, even with all the odds that are set against you, you'll probably do well. But I'm gonna be honest, I do have a lot of unfair advantages. You know, like I'm still able to stay with my parents if I ever need to. You know, I've gone to school to learn psychology, so I understand people's behavior really well, and it helped me get like a leg up in terms of what people want to see on social media. Like I have a friend and she's a very successful content creator. She is way bigger than me now. Like before I met her when she was smaller than me, and now she's surpassed me. And she got her master's in psychology, but she does nothing with it aside from doing content creation. Basically, she is using the degree, but she's using it in something that's not traditional. I think that's another thing. Accepting the fact that a lot of people are not gonna like your job, and in fact, they're gonna discriminate you and ostracize you because they don't like your job. And because they don't see it as a real job. Also getting a tax person, because you want to make sure that you don't, if you do get a lot of money, but I'm stupid, I like spend too much. But I'm kind of strategic with the way that I spend my money. Like the whole Korea trip, it's technically a tax write-off because I trained as an idol, and that's part of content creation because my goal is to be an idol. So it's all that whole trip to Korea will actually be a write-off for me. Well, maybe some of it, not the vacation part. Like at the end of the trip, the last 2 days I was there was more of a vacation. That won't count for a tax, but some of it can be considered a tax write-off. So being financially literate. Also, I mean, but the thing is I don't even make like a significant amount for people to like look up to me though, because the thing is like I'm still learning. So that's why like I feel like I'm not qualified to give the best advice. But I would say that like if you can work with sponsors and be really brand friendly, then that's like a leg up. I'm also be honest, there was a time where I came out with like Patreon sites like that, and that really helped me get like a leg up. That's how I bought my PC, like having Patreon like sites and stuff. But I never did anything like brand risk, so I'm pretty safe as in terms of like branding. But obviously like reputation is so important. That's why like this job can be kind of risky, because if your reputation is cooked, then your money's also cooked. That's why like it's bad for me to always talk about controversial things, because at the end of the day, if I'm like strategic, then I wouldn't be controversial at all. I would just be like a neutral figure. But at the end of the day, like I'm a human, so like I just like to say what I want to say and like believe. Like, I just feel like that connects me more to people that actually like. Also, the way I got monetized on YouTube was like riding waves, like being in the right place at the right time. So being around the right people, being involved in the right communities and the right like spaces. So like for example, when Squid Game season 2 came out, we all know that that was about to be like one of the craziest times in media, and it's a good marketing thing to like hop on. Does that make sense? So like let's say like a brand is blowing up, like for example Justin Bieber is blowing up right now. If you make content about Justin Bieber right now, I guarantee you it'll get views, like just because of the fact that Justin Bieber is trending and the fact that he was doom scrolling is trending. Like people making memes about Justin right now, and the fact that he's doom scrolling, like that would go viral. But you have to follow trends without making yourself look like a background character. You have to just be a main character. That's the best way I can describe like being an influencer, is being the best version of yourself to the point where everybody around you, like you just have to be, this is gonna sound crazy, but you just have to be better than everybody else. Because why do idols exist? Because people look up to them as like inspirations, because they want to be similar to them, you know? They want to be able to have, they see themselves in influencers, but it's like a romanticized version. And so you do have to be like, not like better than other people, that sounds really bad, but like you do kind of have to be like an inspirational figure. So that means like either being good at something, like being funny, or being talented at something, or like just having like a really good like personality that makes you stand out, or whatever it is. And for some women, it is looks too. I will be honest, like I think a lot of the reason why I'm successful is part of that, but I wouldn't say it's everything. I would just say it's a part of it. It's definitely like something that has pushed me into people's feed and has gotten me attention from really big streamers, but I would say it's not everything, because at the end of the day, it's better to like work hard, and looks eventually fade anyways. So you might as well like work on something that's gonna make you proud, you know? Like for me right now, I'm working on idol training. And it's really hard. I'm not a good dancer naturally, but I know that like I'm gonna just stick it out even though I'm not that good right now. And I've been learning so much, and I've been able to like log the process of it and like kind of film myself, and it's kind of just like being the main character of your life and then posting about it and then showing other people how they can do it too. Sometimes is what makes you like an inspiration. It's a lot of pressure, because like being perfect or like doing things to be perfect is like hard, and there's a lot of people in the industry who have a leg up in terms of like finances. Like I definitely did, and I got really lucky because, well, I wasn't lucky, I wouldn't say I was lucky, I just knew that being on TikTok in 2019 was smart, because everybody was home and the pandemic was like the perfect opportunity to build your platform. And I was one of those people who like got on the modern, I was like on it because I knew how I just wanted to be a content creator. I don't know, but it was like a modern day like gold rush. And then another example is like Squid Games, one of Mr. Beast's most popular videos. Even creators like Mr. Beast follow trends, but Mr. Beast took the opportunity of like the Squid Games concept because he knew how viral it was going to be, and he took it and he twisted it into his own unique content. And then similar to me, the way I got monetized on my gaming YouTube channel was when season 2 Squid Game came out, I did funny Squid Games videos. And I learned this from one of my friends that he admitted to me that he makes like, this guy is like, he makes 10 times my earning, like literally probably even more, 100 times, I don't know. He admitted to me he makes more than $10,000 just like off of his videos. And so I kind of got the idea from him, but I twisted it into my own little unique thing because I love Squid Games already, so it's natural. It fits my brand. And then I made like funny little videos where I was playing Squid Games on Roblox, and then I clipped a funny clip. I posted it, no editing, just posted it a little bit. It was just like a short funny clip, and it went viral, got like 8 million views. And then I posted it again, I got 3 million views. And then I posted it again and I got 2 million. And then I did a bunch of different videos like it, and then those got like around, it was either like 100,000 views to 1 million. And then that's how I got monetized on YouTube. And then I've just been trying to like figure out how filming for YouTube and editing for YouTube works. It's really hard. YouTube is definitely one of the hardest ones, but TikTok, however, I feel like is very beginner friendly. You might not get money up front, but you'll eventually get it if you like work hard enough on your brand and you just follow trends, but also try to like make yourself stand out in the middle of the trends, because you don't want to be like a trend follower but then have nothing about you that doesn't stand out, because then you get grouped into a category of people who just follow trends. And then what happens to you is you'll land on people's FYP, but they see nothing about you that's unique. They're not gonna follow you because you're not inspirational and you're not unique. So that's why branding is so important. Talking to the camera is so important, because this conversation that I'm even having with you right now, this is something that might make you feel something, and psychologically you're gonna want to come back to streams. If I give you guys advice a lot, but I tend to not give advice because I'm not like super qualified. I'm just like figuring it out, and I've always kind of just done that for the 5 years that I've done streaming. I just kind of figured it out because I had YouTube and I had the internet, and so I just learned how to do it like just because I watched other people do it. But instead of just watching it, I like started implementing what they do, and then I kind of like not copied them, but I took inspiration from them. Like, you don't have to copy other people. It's better to be like unique and yourself. And you don't have to be perfect either, but I think that if we're being honest, especially for girls, the standards are way higher in terms of like how you have to look, how you have to dress, how do you have to present yourself. And so I would just try to just be the best version of yourself, even if like you're struggling with money and stuff like that. I would just keep showing up and just try to do content for free. I think a big mistake that a lot of streamers and content creators do is they put themselves in like one category and they never like switch things up. And then they wonder why like people leave. It's because they only do one thing. And that's what people come for, you know? That's why it's okay to pivot. And
think you beg for it, then I'ma make you swallow your pride. Whoa, want you to make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world.
You know what I mean? But I haven't quote unquote made
like
it
I'm
yet.
the only one who knows your heart.
So I was gonna mute it, but it's kind of funny.
Only girl in the world. Like I'm the only one that's in command. Cause I'm the only one who understands how to make you feel like a man. Man, I want you to make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world.
We're in this together. All of us.
How do I clip that?
It knows your heart. Only girl
He
in the
typed
world.
in the chat, join VC for a performance.
Leaf in the night.
What was that? Nah.
Like a pillow. You feel right. Baby, I'll tell you all my secrets
Also,
that I'm
like-
keeping. You can come inside. Whoa. And when you enter, you're leaving of the night. Whoa. Want you to make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. Like I'm the only one that you ever loved. Like I'm the only one that knows. Youch! The only girl in the world.
Hey, who needs copyright music when you got this guy?
Only one who understands.
Who needs copyright music, chat? We got acapella up in here. We got the acapella Rihanna. We don't need the copyright.
Oh my god, Hazard sucked my cheeks. Lick my butt hole. Hazard likes it deep, deep. I wish I could rise. I want to win a game, but I don't get any luck. My Mercy got killed. I'm gonna kill the Ciara. Yes.
Yeah, I think a big thing is like also okay. Stop watching streamers. Only for inspiration you should watch them. Stop watching scrolling on TikTok. You should only be watching it for inspiration.
The only one that's in command. Cause I'm the only one that understands how to make you feel like a man. Only girl in the world.
I mean, you can watch them. Understand what your audience wants. Just not all the time. You should spend more time doing than watching. You shouldn't be a spectator all of your life, unless that's how you want to be the rest of your life. Like, if you don't mind being a spectator, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you see yourself being a streamer, it's kind of like changing your identity. You change your identity, you change your actions. Like Atomic Habits. That's what helped me like learn how to like be better with my actions. Like, what would a...
Come down,
if you really want to be a streamer,
come down.
It's about like changing your identity and then just being a streamer. But like obviously you shouldn't like quit your job if you don't make any money. But I also like don't regret like taking a break from school for social media. But I think school is very valuable too. Like everybody gets their own value from school and whatnot. But I think that's a big mistake like a lot of streamers make too, is like completely dissing school as if they don't have to learn anymore after they made it. But I mean, everyone's different. Got a new song. I think that if you don't stay humble, the job will humble you. Because you can't let your ego get the best of you. You have to always be learning. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
We're playing patty cake.
But I'm not even like super huge.
We
so
survived that. We survived that any day of the week.
Take everything I say with a grain of salt. If you feel like quitting your job is the right thing to do, then I don't know, do it.
Bitch, I'm the only one with height here. Oh, the
I believe in myself, but I think that like I feel like you can always learn more, and I think if I am gonna do school, it's gonna be for me, not gonna be for anyone else. I just want to make sure that school is something that's for me, and it's not for like pleasing my family and like what they want me to do, you know? Which I've learned that like it keeps me busy.
Yeah, I don't know if Sigma's a swap into
And
Hazard,
I think the
bro.
school
Like,
that I was
Hazard,
at was just
it's
not
so
for
difficult
me.
to counter him.
So I think that if I switch schools, maybe that's the solution, but I don't know.
Honestly,
maybe we'll find out.
Maybe like Reinhardt, you play really defensively, and then like when he dives us or whatever, you charge him. Like make him waste his cooldowns. Like right now would be a perfect pin. It's just that he goes through like almost all your abilities with that fucking sword, dude.
No sweat.
Yeah, I think that the hardest thing for me though as a content creator is like been streaming. Like streaming is definitely up and down and inconsistent for me. I'm definitely like not the biggest.
Oh, I'm so low. Y'all one off, you're one off, you're one off.
And I think I have so much to learn still because I'm still building like my YouTube channel and whatnot.
Oh
you know?
my fucking god,
and I don't
bro.
even know how to do YouTube fully. Like I'm still learning how to do YouTube.
Oh,
I've been just hiring like editors
and
here and there.
recreate my own world, and I could be your favorite girl. We can be together, and tell me why you wanna make the switch. Please get the fucking McCree, bro! Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh, Jessica, what are we doing?
He's on my name. Oh no. That's why, like, for me, I don't even look at the numbers.
Oh my god, bro.
But I've also been really privileged, like lucky and privileged to be. I've had whale gifters and stuff. So.
Oh.
So yeah.
Some of us didn't roll with us.
So I've been very privileged, but it's I try not to rely on like whale
okay, I have a good
gifters.
song up.
Like when I did.
Okay, I have a good song, which means it's gonna be a good game.
Guys,
Here we go.
I'm sorry. That's enough voice chat. That's enough voice chat. Is he watching my stream? Oh, I don't know.
This is supposed to be fun.
There's so much happening, I know.
Come and set up here.
He's getting tilted, so I'm worried he's gonna curse at me.
Grand.
Like, to be frank, I live a pretty frugal life. Like, I live a very normal life. Like, I try not to overspend, or I tend to overspend sometimes, but because like I'm irresponsible, but I'm learning how to be more responsible because I'm also like I feel like I'm pretty disciplined. Like I know how to, like if I ever need to really just like stop spending money and like stop being, or like stop, I don't know, like, or just save up. Like I feel like I'm good at like I'm good at like not putting all my eggs in one basket. Like I can do a lot of things at the same time. I do tend to get like burnt out from time to time though. That's the only thing I would say. Like I definitely struggle with burnout, but and I don't look at viewer count. I don't really look at numbers. Only sometimes I look at it during streams, but sometimes if I'm like I'm playing a game that like I actually want to play, or like things like that are not popular or something. Normally the games I'm playing on stream are the ones I want to play, but if it's like one that is like very niche and like no one really knows about it, I won't even look at my viewer count because I know people are gonna dip. Like, and it's also just like about what's popular too. 20v1 with Dashi. I never knew you had the sauce like that. I don't even remember who Dashi is. I'm gonna be so real. And that was a long time ago. That's also another thing, like, because I'm a girl on stream, I've had like a lot of opportunities to be on big streamers' channels just for the fact that I'm pretty. Like, just for the fact that I'm pretty. Like the Dashi one, that was straight up just because I was pretty. But it wasn't even like, I don't know, I don't really like doing like e-date content anymore because I realized like it's not really my cup of tea anymore. But I've had like bigger streamers reach out, so that way I could be on these like, you know, like dating kind of content vibes. I don't mind it, like as long as like they're not disrespectful, but yeah, I think that like pretty privilege definitely can play a role in fame in some ways, but I'll be honest, like I mean, before I even did gaming and stuff, I did lifestyle content and I went viral in 2019. And it was because of a mixture of things. Like people did find me attractive at the time because I was young and like I was working like a regular job, you know, and I was just filming my entire like my life a lot. But it was also because I was really vulnerable with my audience. Like there was times where I had dealt with heartbreaks and I would document my progress of dealing with heartbreak, or I had like another series where I showcased my love for pomegranates, like I don't know, things like that. Like making content about things that you love and like the journey of it, or like the progress that you make, or like vlogs, or but it has to be like I don't know. Like, I'm still discovering what the kind of content that I want to make as a creator is. But I think it's like... It's one way to connect with your audience by being, like, vulnerable. And just to speak your honest mind and what you honestly, like, love and what you believe in. Sometimes... It's good to be honest. Oh, wow. Seriously? No, they're not talking about Dashy YouTuber. They're talking about like it was like a COD guy or something. I don't know. I've been on a lot of like dating shows like that, but at the end of the day, it's literally just content. Like I don't take any of it seriously because they're just trying to get like a bunch of girls together to like take a guy on a date or whatever. I don't know. It's like that's like the e-dating content. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's weird. And I used to like get monetized like on TikTok videos, but then I stopped posting TikTok videos. So then I kind of lost my income on that part. But now, I mean, I multicast, so I stream on 4 different platforms, so. Yeah, I definitely like multicasting. It's nice, and it kind of like expands like different sources that you have. But I mean, I wouldn't even consider myself like time because like I do help pay rent, but and I do pay my bills, but
Thank you.
I mean I still live with my parent, like my dad. I used to live on my own for like 2 years and I made it work. So I worked with a lot of brands and stuff. Well, I'm gonna be honest, like content creation is so inconsistent that like living on your own, it's hard. So that's why sometimes it's better to just like have roommates and stuff like that, but because I've like kind of sacrificed my social life to be a streamer and to do content creation a little bit, and I sacrificed like some of the relationships, like are just like not spending a lot of time with people and like not spending a lot of time with family. It's caused me to kind of be like a hermit, and yeah, I just grew up kind of like just doing everything chilling on my own. That's just how it is. I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah, it's a pretty, there's a lot of sacrifices that come with it because you're kind of like dedicating a lot of time and energy to your community that you don't always have time to make new friendships or new connections. And especially when you like figure out a way to make success or whatever in it or make money off of it, a lot of the connections that you will meet and have like moving forward won't be authentic. Thankfully, I found my bestie for life in high school, so I don't have to worry about that. But it does make like social interaction and like your social skills go down the window, like especially in real life, or out the window, whatever. It's also just a lot of like mental, like you just have to have a really thick skin. People like to call it thick skin. I like to call it strong mental, You have to have a very strong mental where it's like you're unbreakable, where people can't affect you. That's still something I'm working on to this day. I used to not give a fuck, and I used to also not like read my comments, like out of sight, out of mind. So I would never read my TikTok comments. But back when I blew up in 2019, I got so much hate comments. Like people would call me, they'd call me like so many mean things and like make fun of my ears. They would make fun of like my body. So just a lot of like people just nasty. Like they don't see women's bodies a lot. So when they see them online and they're not like a perfect caricature of what a woman looks like, that they think what a woman looks like, they're hating. They also make fun of my ears. What else do they make fun of? I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people hated on me growing up. I dealt with a lot of misogyny early on in the gaming space. I learned how to like manage the hate though by just like ignoring it and trying not to like let it affect me. But I still am trying to figure out how to not let it affect me. Because it's that like mentally, it's not like a hard laborer's job, but mentally it's like one of those jobs where you have to think about like, you have to be very secure in your sense of self. Otherwise people are gonna like eat you up alive. That's kind of like how I feel about content creation. But if you just keep posting and spreading positivity into the world, then you'll receive it eventually. Thankfully, like, I'm definitely developing my skills, but I think one way is just it's by doing. Like, I don't even know how to do a YouTube channel, but I'm starting to figure it out, you know? I'm starting to figure it out. It just takes time, you know? And I think it's about consistency too. Like, you just need to learn how to just, even if you're not doing well, like flopping, like your analytics are all the way down, you just have to keep going and don't let it define you. And then collaborations are also a big one, right? So like collaborating with brands, you know, music is a good way to connect with your audience. A lot of people think, oh, but how do I crack the algorithm? An important thing that's been like sticking in my head. Michael, thank you for the prairie Diney. Thank you. What Mr. Beast said, instead of thinking of your viewers like thinking of like when you're posting, thinking of the algorithm and what's gonna work for the algorithm, think about, replace the word algorithm with audience, and then that'll change your perspective on what you need to post. And back then I was chronically online, so I had a really good idea of like what would go viral on social media. And so that's how I kind of like ended up like blowing up. And obviously like my fame has kind of, well, my clout or whatever, I wouldn't even call it fame, but my clout has kind of withered away because I stopped posting things that I used to post. And I've kind of like done a full, like I've also just been extremely inconsistent with some of my posts. And so that kind of like damages your engagement, because if you're not posting every day, then it just won't work. And it's not even about the algorithm, it's about like familiarity. So like when you disappear and you stop streaming, how do you expect people to remember that you're going to be streaming again the next day? They won't, because you're not consistent with it, you know? But let's say you're like, okay guys, I'm gonna end the stream now, but I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but I will stream on this day, and I don't know exactly what time, but I'm gonna stream this time. Having like a set timer, you know, you guys are all gonna meet up is really important. And I think just like romanticizing things, and like having a life outside of streaming too is really important. Like the reason I stopped posting to my TikTok channel was because I just fell into really dark depression. I was getting involved with men that were not good for me, and I kind of let myself go. And I think that it's not fully like the people that I was with, it's not their fault. It's the fact that I let myself go and I self-abandoned, and so that's why I stopped posting. And then when I stopped posting, I didn't have a lot of brand deals. And then so I've kind of just been trying to pick it up each day, even when I don't feel like posting. And now I'm starting to do like long form content as well, because that really helps. But I think also just like, I think the reason why I'm so good at what I do is because like I don't have like a partner. I think that men, when they meet women like me, if they're not at the level that I'm at or higher, they tend to drag me down. And they actually like make me lose myself. So I noticed that I'm actually more successful in business when I'm not involved romantically with bad men. So that's another thing. Not being in unhealthy relationships and just having like your set relationship with the closest friends that you have. And like staying grounded. Like knowing that no matter how much clout you get, at the end of the day, you're still a human being and you deserve connection with people that aren't just industry people. But it's totally fair to want to be friends with streamers and creators if that's also where you see yourself in the next 5 years. But just remember that nobody owes you anything and that you should build something for yourself first before wanting to collab with bigger streamers or streamers that are like still like growing and developing and whatnot. But yeah, I would say just have like a growth mindset about it and don't let like numbers and analytics get to your head. I'm sure that a lot of you guys want to start streaming. I think you should just do it. Like you should just not even overthink it. Don't even like think about it, just do it. It doesn't matter if you're perfect. Thank you for the bits, Sways. It really doesn't matter if you're perfect, you should just do it. Like, I think it's worth it. Even if like you're doing it on the side, I think it's totally worth it because you never know like the kind of opportunities that come out of it if you don't try. Like I was able to get like a sponsorship with one of my favorite beauty brands because I played Fortnite and they reached out to me because I was streaming. And they actually like went into my chat and like reached out about a collaboration one time and I thought that was like amazing. Like I thought, oh my god, I made it, you know? And I don't know, things like that. Like because every single stream, every single post, that's like you putting yourself out there. But I will say, when you're streaming on Purple app, there is no demographic. There's no algorithm or like there's no discoverability. There we go, that's the word. And so what I would say is like building a platform outside of streaming is really important. Yeah, that's probably the most important part because how are people supposed to discover you if you never post anything where your audience is gonna be? Because where are people usually scrolling? TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, you know? And I think if you just think about where your audience is and what they might be doing, then you can kind of get an idea of like what you can post, what you should post, what you think they might like. And then you just kind of have to look at it from a very strategic angle and just try to get educated in like if you're able to go to college, try to get educated in a subject that will help you be better as a content creator. Whether that's like psychology, marketing, or like journalism, which I'm planning to do journalism because it has everything to do with media. Or some people even they take like film school or they're actors. That's why people like Dashi are so extremely comedically funny because they've practiced improv for their entire life. And improv is also something I want to get into. And I even thought about like starting playing GTRP just so I can get better at improv and being more of like a personality on stream. Like comedic and all that. To bring like comedic value and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out because I feel like I could amplify my personality, but I tend to be like more mellow and shy. So you don't always see me like being super outgoing. Only sometimes. Yeah. I think the reason I've been doing content creation for so long is because it's something that I really love. And I think I'll always love it. It'll always be a part of my life. And I hope to share like new fun stuff with you guys as life goes on. And right now, I'm kind of on an adventure to be like a good dancer and a good singer. On that note, we should definitely do a dancing segment before I go to bed. I'm not the best dancer though, so I don't know if I don't know, but it's okay because and just also every person has self-doubt. Even the people that are professionals in the fields that they're in, even they sometimes have self-doubt. So that can kind of help you understand that no matter what you want to do in your life, it's probably attainable. Whatever it is in your life that you want, it's probably not as rare to achieve as you think it is, because if you think about it, like, it's just rare that you're even born. Like, look up the statistic on how rare it is to be born, and then compare it to your goal. It's probably more rare that you were born than chasing your dream. So you might as well just chase it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I think when you like simplify things like that, it helps you kind of look at things from a different angle. You know what I mean? I just saw the Dashi E-Day. Oh my god, that's such a long time ago, guys. I keep forgetting that the internet's forever like that. That's horrible. I don't want you guys to see those old E-Day shits. I don't even like that content anymore. I've like changed so much throughout the years. I stopped doing that e-dating shit. It's so stupid. Hi Dia, how's it going? But yeah, if you ever want to do something, like, you should just do it. It doesn't even matter how old you are. Like, stop getting in your own way, you know? Like, stop thinking that things are gonna, like, the one thing that has been stopping me from like trying to chase certain things is the fact that, like, I'll be like, oh, I'm too old to be a dancer, or I'm too old to do this, or I'm 24 and I'm over here sitting here like, oh, I'm too old. No, snap out of it. You're not too old. It's never too late to start something new. It's never too late to build a business. It's never too late. You just have to understand that you have a lot more time than you realize. Just don't waste it and don't take time for granted, because time is not on our side. Just try to live it to the best you can. Even if you have to do content creation broke as hell, do it broke as hell. I mean, I didn't start out with all this money. Like, I I had like a PS4, but that was because my dad like worked really hard to get me and my siblings a PS4, and so hey, use what you have for free until you're able to afford it one day, you know. But also just don't. I'm too old to go pro in Overwatch. Oh my god, here we go again. I think that as soon as you start saying you're too old for stuff, then like you're just you're self-sabotaging, okay? You're self-sabotaging. Those are self-sabotaging tendencies, guys. Remember, if you have a house, a car, a job, and a family, you'll be all right, and you can probably chase your dreams and help other people in your life chase their dreams too. If you want to get to that point, then you can't have a self-doubt mindset, because it will hold you back. And maybe you don't need to be a pro in Overwatch to feel satisfied. Maybe you can be like a coach. Coaches don't play. You know what I mean? So think about like what you want to do, and if you actually really want to do going pro in Overwatch, then like start surrounding yourself with people who are also professionals, so that way they can teach you. Because the thing is, a lot of the like I used to not make a lot on like TikTok at all, and still sometimes I have days where I barely make anything. It's just fine, because it's like at the end of the day, like as long as we have some good moments, we'll be all right. Um, and also I don't rely on one source of income, like I have many. So that way like I'm not worried in case like I have a slower month, and I'm able to like compensate by like budgeting. I budget, and then if I need to budget for 1 month or like cancel subscriptions, whatever it is, then I'll cancel them. Like at the end of the day, and also just like investing into things that are actually gonna help with your long-term growth. Like I don't regret every single time I've ever gone to a dance class that I've ever learned a K-pop choreography, because every single time I go in there, even though I'm 24 years old and every little girl in there that's 5 years old is gonna be way better of a dancer than me when they get older, it's okay, because just because there are people who are way more successful doesn't mean that you can't be. And there's plenty of love in the world where it's like, yeah, you can learn and you might learn late, but it doesn't mean that you can't be great. And it doesn't mean that you can't do things even if you're older. And just remember that, like, sure, they might be more successful and they might be more good, but there's always going to be people in everything that you do that are better than you. And that's just life, you know? But if you learn how to just realize that you're the only person that matters, and instead of comparing yourself, you'll just be way happier. You'll just be way happier, and you'll start to feel grateful for the life that you have, because gratefulness and all that, what is it? Gratitude is important on, and it helps you understand that your life isn't as bad as you think it is. And that it is possible to live life to the fullest, you know? Like, I think it's really funny. Today I went to this influencer party where all these big names were there, and I felt, oh my god, I felt like, oh my god, I'm an imposter. I felt like, oh my god, I'm not this cool as these other streamers that are so big. And then, thank you, Jackie, thank you for the friendship necklace. And then I turn the corner and I'm going to the back, and then this guy comes up to me. He's like, "Oh my god, are you Jessica? I recognize you from social media. Oh my god, I follow you." And I was like, "Really?" And so that moment was like, wow, like maybe I am cool. Like maybe I am. Like it was validating, because in that moment I was like in my head and I was like, "Oh, these big streamers, like I feel bad." Like I was comparing myself and how many people are coming up to them and like take a picture with them. But at the end of the day, it's like them winning isn't a reflection of the fact that you may still be getting discovered and whatnot. Like me, I'm still getting discovered. But it doesn't mean that I'm like, I don't have potential, or that I can't get there, you know? So I think that like it's bad to compare yourself to other people, and to remember that like there's no life better than yours. So don't you love the fame? No. I'm not even famous though. The thing is, chat, it's not even about fame. For me, when I get people reaching out to me and like meeting me and seeing me in person, like I feel very grateful that like people see me and that they've discovered me. I think the problem with me is maybe I just haven't made my impact on people yet, and maybe that's why I'm not where I want to be yet. But it's okay, because it's like little growth, you know? Little growth is better than no growth. So just gotta keep a positive mental, you know? And also just not compare yourself to like bigger streamers, because they had certain opportunities that you did not. And that's okay. It doesn't take away from the hard work and the effort that you're doing, because at the end of the day, everyone can win. There's a piece of the cake for everybody. You just have to work hard for it or whatever, you know what I mean? Anyway, just do what you want, you know? Do what makes you happy, like, because life is so short that, like, you could literally die tomorrow in a car crash, and you're unhappy. Who was at the party? Oh my god, so many, like, streamers from, like, the streamer university were there. Like, Wendy was there, Yana was there, Arky, Yugi. Who else was there? Maru. There's a lot of really big streamers. And so it was nice to be around everybody. Yeah. But I also just like, it's easy to kind of like compare yourself, because at the end of the day, it's like you just want to be like, you want to be like them, like they're so cool. And oh my god, Yana's such a beautiful singer. Like it was really cool to be in their presence and like be around everybody. And it was really inspirational for me. And it made me realize, like, whenever I'm around people, like, it made me want to work harder. So, yeah. And just, like, be better about being, like, consistent and stuff. And, like, instead of focusing so much on, like, the games that I play, like, focus more on the connection that I have with my audience. And we can connect through games, but, like, that's why I have to be strategic about the games that I play. So it's, like, games that, you know, we actually have fun with and that we actually are, like, having a vibe, you know? Like, whether it's, like, playing scare games to make you guys laugh, or if it's, like, freaking raging in Valorant where like people are making fun of me because I rage. Which like, I don't care if you guys make fun of me if I rage because I think it's funny too. Sometimes I'll look back at my bonds and I'll see when I'm angry and I think it's the funniest thing. I don't take
W
this
stream Jessica 49 hype.
Thank you for the bits. But yeah, it was really cool to be in proximity with that with those people because it's really inspirational, you know? People think that they have to be the best at something in order to be successful. The reality is, in so many ways, the bar is set really low. You just have to be slightly above average to make a living out of whatever it is you're doing. Most people give up after 3 weeks of trying something. If you go past those 3 weeks, you're already ahead of the game. Oh, wow, Kevin. W. Also, that Winston badge is so cute. Dude, I need that. Nah, but that's so true. Like if you can be in the valley of depths and despair and then you can pull through, that's how you know like it's meant for you. If you can do something like streaming or content creation broke as hell, then that's how you know it's I mean like look at Jinxie for example. He streamed to like one viewer for like wasn't it like years? And and look at him now. Like he's one of the biggest streamers in the world. And I think he deserves it. Like there's a lot of people who during that time when you're averaging lower viewers, they give up. It's called the Valley of Despair. Whatever it is you decide to do, it's gonna go up and then it's gonna go down and it's gonna get low to the point where you're probably making chump change, you know, that you're like, oh, is this even a viable career? And then you're gonna be in the valley of this depths of despair. And this is when most streamers give up, but you can stick it through and just try to find a solution. I think one thing was I used to only rely on one income source when I was starting out as a streamer. And that was a big mistake because you shouldn't rely on only one. You should try to diversify your income sources. And then that's kind of like what helped me. Like working with sponsors really helped because sponsors, their pockets run deep. So, or at least I think to me, but I'm still growing, you know? So I have a lot of time. Like I feel like I've changed a lot for the better though. Like I'm still working on myself though, and like being more like PR trained, media trained. Trying not to talk too much about controversial stuff. But here I go. I get into controversial stuff, you know. Which is fine. Like I think you should be able to speak your mind on things, but at the same time, yeah, like be on 5 types of income sources since you're 20. Exactly. Like that's what you want to do. And especially in content creation. Just lives for the controversy. Yes. Yes, I do. Anyway, you know what I mean though, chat? Like just you still playing? No, I'm gonna get off. I think I'm gonna do a dancing stream. I had a few scammers trying to get money out of me when I first started streaming. Sucker MFs ain't no dummy. I ain't no dummy. Yeah, I might have a dance party. Have you perfected the swim dance yet? Kind of. Not really. I just don't want to sweat. I feel like I'm gonna sweat. Ooh. I don't want to sweat. Okay, let's try plugging in my headset. If I can find Hazel. What the hell is it? Oh no, I think I got something in my hair. Yeah, I'm live on 4 different platforms. So yeah, that's another thing that I've been doing. I multicast on 4 different sites now. What the hell is like my find like my little sword thing. where my like headphone cord thing is. I don't even know if I'll be able to like. I don't know where I put it, guys. I feel like it's under PC. Oh, there's my phone. I might unplug my PC. I don't know where it is, chat. I don't know where I put like. I don't know where I put it. Good night, where Ernesto? Okay, guys, I don't know. See, I dropped my shit. I don't know where the fuck it is, man. I don't know where the frick it is, man. Let me what should we do, chat? It's not. I can't find like my little cable for this. I don't know how I'm gonna connect this headset. Bluetooth connected. Okay, well, I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, so thank you everyone on YouTube for watching. I'm gonna go have a dance party, so I can't stream it to YouTube, unfortunately, because YouTube will copyright me. But we will be on the purple. So, good night, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. See you tomorrow. Make sure to join the Discord. Bye. New YouTube video coming out in like, let me see when it's gonna be delivered. I have an editor working on my last video. An editor worked on it. The next one will also be by the same editor. He did a really good job, huh, guys? If you guys want to watch, you should. But it's really good. It's a Poppy Playtime Let's Play. But it's like cut up with all the highlights. Hold on, let me see when my next video will be coming out. It'll probably be coming out within the next week or so. Let me see. So let's see when it'll be delivered. Let's see the order. Okay, so it should be delivered on the 29th. So I'll try to post it like the 29th or May 1st. And it'll be posted to members only on YouTube before it gets posted to the public, okay guys? So if you're ever missing my content, go watch my channel and my videos that are edited for you guys. Okay, bye! Bye, YouTube! Okay, the YouTube stream is over.